the mics on. Mics are on. Good morning. Welcome to Oxford Downs for today's game. Great Brickhill versus Oxford Downs here at Abingdon Road. Latest news is Tom Costley actually won the toss. He came across celebrating in front of us, and Oxford Downs will bat first.
Morning, Matt.
Yes, I've got Bear in the commentary box with me, and
Morning.
I've also got...
We've got guru of all cricket legend Ted has just turned up. Hello, Ted. You're live on live feed. So we're on the toss. The pitch has got a little bit of tinge of green in it, but it's the same pitch that was used a couple of weeks ago, and it should be a nice batting strip. Yeah, a little bit green, but they didn't hesitate to bat first, so they want to set. This is obviously a very important game. We have the aficionados of Oxfordshire here. We have Chris Clements, and we have Mr. Brooks Senior, and of course we have Ted, who will no doubt be keeping us up to date. Yeah, we'll be keeping us up to date with all the things that are going wrong. And it's a beautiful day, and it feels like it's the proper start of the cricket season today. Straight in with probably one of our hardest league games of the season.
Yes, we did get off to a winning start last week, which was great. We beat Horsepath. Actually, as it turned out, we would have got the win anyway because Horsepath fielded an ineligible player, apparently. Well, an unregistered player.
Who was that?
The opening bowler.
Oh, the one that bowled Freddie.
Yeah,
that's a shame. So does that mean that doesn't count as his that wicket doesn't count?
Well, yeah, they actually ended up with 0 points, which is unfortunate. Yes, it's a lot of administration goes on in the background, and it's so easily done. Just misclick or thinking somebody else has done it. So.
But also, they weren't able to live stream because the new edict is that you have to have everyone's permission that is participating to be on a live stream for obviously GDPR, health and safety, all sorts of other reasons. But I understand we've got all those permissions, so that's why we're live.
Yep. I wrote to everybody at the beginning of the week, and Great Brickhill were very good and turned everything round, all the paperwork very quickly. We are fortunate. It might mean some games later in the season it might be a bit tricky if I haven't got all the paperwork back from the opposing team. Obviously the home team I can just nag everybody, but the away team it's a little bit more tricky.
Yeah.
Great Brickhill. Big shout out to Lee who sorted that out for us at Great Brickhill.
Yeah, and just looking at the ground, it looks an absolute picture, I have to say. A massive testament to the groundsman here. It looks like a professional setup. It's brilliant.
We don't just throw this together. No,
I know. I turned up for the glory, just to do the commentary and hopefully watch Oxford Downs cruise to victory. Big day today. Useful Oxford Downs to win the FA Cup final and then the Eurovision Song Contest. It doesn't get more exciting as a day generally, does it?
Well, I debate the Eurovision Song Contest.
Well, I'm particularly looking forward to yet another null point from us in the evening. Always find the Eurovision Song Contest goes an awful lot better with a bottle of something nice with you.
Yes, I'm not a big fan of the Eurovision. I just think it's a bit political these days and not necessarily the best song wins. I guess I'm a bit bitter and twisted because I always support England and we always get nil point.
And you're dreaming back to the days of ABBA and Brotherhood of Man and Bucks Fizz.
We have won it a few times. Actually, when was the last time we won it?
Katrina and the Waves.
Katrina and the Waves?
Katrina and the Waves.
But she was a real artist anyway. She wasn't like a...
Correct, she's not even British.
Oh, wasn't she?
Well, Olivia Newton-John represented us once and she's not.
Celine Dion represented Switzerland.
Yeah. Anyway, enough about the Eurovision Song Contest. I do have a quick... But I think we'll have plenty of references to the Eurovision Song Contest later on, but I understand that it's an absolute nail-on, however rubbish their song is, that Ukraine are going to win. And probably for very important reasons.
Yeah, the betting is actually... All the betting is without Ukraine.
Yeah.
So... GB are joint favourites, but the betting is without Ukraine.
It must have been a huge temptation for them to make it a hugely political song with the lyrics to match, but I understand they haven't done that. Well, I think the song was written and produced and cut well before Mr. Putin invaded, I think.
Yeah, it's... I did hear it. It is in Ukrainian, so I have no idea what they're saying. It could be political, but... So yeah, just Paul just testing there. So we are going to kick off in round about, where are we?
Yeah, we're about 8 minutes away. Feel free to send comments. We will obviously keep them clean. And if you want us to chat about anything in particular or give you information, just send it on the chat line and we can
Got the wonderful,
hopefully answer your questions.
got the wonderful Helen in the score box again. I am getting the scores nice and early. So I would imagine it's Will and Freddie opening the batting for Downs. I don't know who the opening bowler will be. Whether you can believe the current scorecard, it's Jude Ramadan. Apologies to Jude, I can't pronounce his surname. Maybe Bear would like to have a go at that.
Oh, I doubt it.
Ramananadan. Yeah.
Ramanadan, I say.
Yeah.
Ramanadan.
Yeah.
Jude Ramanadan.
But I have no idea whether that's correct. It's just what's coming up on the stream. They normally change it at the last second when they can see which bowler is lining up.
I don't know who we have umpiring today. Do we know?
Yeah, Gary Panons, and I had to actually email both of them, and they were both very prompt in getting back with their permission, which was fantastic. I can't remember the other gentleman's name. The other gentleman has actually umpired a huge amount of games. I did look him up, and yes, I think he's probably one of the longest serving home counties umpires.
Postman's just about to deliver all your bills for the week, Matt.
Yeah, I feel like a pelican. Everywhere I look, there's a large bill in front of me.
Yeah.
Let me just see whether I can get this.
So last week we had an absolutely awful start, and we need a better start this. What's good about last week was that our middle and lower order produced almost all of our runs. The top order didn't fire, but it just shows what depth we have in this side, which is always good to see.
I can't find out what this. I should be able to find it. Kieran, how you doing? How's everything over at Minster Level? We've got you a week on Sunday, which will be fantastic. We're cycling over. Really looking forward to that.
We miss you, Kieran.
We do.
We miss your alternative insight on all things cricket.
So let me just see whether I can find out the other umpire's name. It must be in play cricket somewhere. Kieran would know. Sounds like you got a bit of a cold there, Bear.
Yeah, it's not COVID, Matt. Don't worry, I have tested myself. It's
You've had it once already, haven't you?
yeah, it's just I had COVID back in August 21, shortly after I had my second jab.
Martin Thomas is the other umpire. There you go. I found
Martin
it in play.
Thomas. I played against Martin Thomas. I think he used to play for Banbury.
Aha.
Played against Martin many times.
There's the bell.
Very good cricketer, Martin Thomas. If it is the same Martin Thomas, I think it is.
He's umpired a
No,
lot
it
of
is.
games.
No,
a lot
yeah,
of games
he's.
he has.
I've played a lot of cricket against him. Looks as though he's got a bit of a limp these days, though, as we all have. You'll be glad to hear, Matt, my knee hasn't got very much better during the course of the winter. Even my extensive programme of looking after it, not. But, yeah.
So was the key exercise that you were supposed to do?
Just lose 15
Squats.
stone
Okay.
and
That's not really an exercise.
and generally walk several thousand steps a day.
Morning, Richard. Are you joining us later, you think? Or are you going out to see one of the other Downs teams playing? So I won't see Kieran at the...
Yeah, glad to see you've made it into the county under-18s team, Kieran. Congratulations. I presume you and Woodsy will be opening the batting in that one.
So, yep, the umpire's just making their way to the middle. We are right, it is Freddie and Will, no big shocks there.
Easy for Matt because one's left-handed, one's right-handed. Otherwise, he gets terribly confused, don't you, Matt?
Well, when Luke Maslin was batting with Will the other week, that's just impossible almost to tell them.
Luke is about 2 inches taller, I think, probably.
Well, from this distance.
Yeah.
They were batting in the VKO, and who knew what was who at what end? I had to rely on the scorers. And actually, I like your bit of insight the other week about whether a particular one of the horsepath players was given out, and I wanted to know whether they'd been stumped or they'd been caught. And you quite correctly said it was given by the umpire at the bowler's end,
Which means
so
it had to be caught. Yep.
You see this? I would never have sussed that out.
However good the umpire is, they can't tell. They can't tell whether you're stumped from the bowler's end.
Yeah, very true.
So Will's facing the first ball because Freddie doesn't like it.
So it's a bit of superstition there.
It is superstition completely, yes. It's a bit silly really, because if he gets a single off the first ball, then he's facing pretty much immediately anyway.
So it's Snooks. Lawrence Snooks is the opening bowler for Great Brickhill. Don't know much about him. Let's just see whether we can look up some details.
Looks tall. Looks
seamy.
He looks fairly well built.
Bit of a false start there.
Yep. Legend of Oxford Downs and Oxfordshire cricket, Matt Watts has entered the commentary box
Yep.
to watch his son smash the ball to square cover for no run.
Smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. Hi, Bear.
I'm very well, thanks, Matt. There have been some wonderful photographs of you on Instagram in the over the last week or so. With either was your snack after your beer, or was one of your grandchildren
Well, I've only got the one.
that you know of.
Well, there is that. Gosh, it's in a bit of form early season, but I don't know what's going on. Have you got any time for that?
I have to say, after all the times we played against each other, it's good to watch our sons going out there opening the batting together.
Yeah.
Full
Well,
toss.
very friendly. They obviously know this chap bowls full tosses on leg stump early doors because they've got a deep square leg straight up.
Bit of buffet. There's the coolest kid in town, Will Owens.
The future of Oxford Downs cricket is driving in. Unfortunately, his father can't drive.
Thinks he's Hannah Nicola.
He did that right on my power cable. In his electric go-kart.
Is that Bear cam? You're actually facing it up.
I was trying to get. We were trying to get a camera going facing the commentators. Oh, they just pulled. Oh, it's shot. It's 4.
Caressed through the offside for 4.
You have anything that figure?
Yeah. No. Matt sent me a link to an automated camera, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It unfortunately only works with football and rugby and stuff
does
like
it?
that. It doesn't work with cricket.
Oh, right, okay.
I've asked them. There's 2 cameras that you can get out with automatic ball tracking, but
We use it at Oxford, it's pretty good.
for the rugby. Yeah. No. Northley use a similar system as well.
Yeah.
I looked at it. Yeah, it is really good.
Ted Sandbach has turned up. We really do have all of the dignitaries here today.
I think
Feels like a special day. It must be the Eurovision Song Contest. Must be the draw.
Well, don't mention the North London Derby.
Was there a game this week? I must have missed it.
Did you? That's a wide.
County keeper doesn't like that. He's giving the stare to Mr. Thomas. Not sure about their kit. What do you think? It's a little bit garish. You quite like it?
Well, it's West Indian like, I guess, isn't it? That's a similar colour, isn't it? And trim. That's another 4, I reckon.
That's going to be touch and go. That's a short, fast boundary out there. Again, caressed through the offside. Didn't quite get his foot to the pitch fit, but that's being picky.
That's very picky, Dad. It was along the ground to the boundaries, no danger.
Through the covers is absolutely lovely.
As you can see, he's had a hard life.
Yeah.
Not quite as hard as Will's had, but pretty hard.
That's his own fault, as well.
Fished at that one a little bit.
Wafting. Still, that's 10 off 2, which is a very adequate start. No, 10 off 1, sorry, that was first over. It took such a long time, I thought we'd had 2. We've got anyone in Australia listening this year?
Bob's back here.
Is he?
It's good to see him, it is. Yeah, Bob's here. Don't know whether he's tuned in. Probably umpiring somewhere, I would have thought. Although not quite yet.
Was that just a 1-year gig in Australia? How long was he in Australia for?
I think he did two extra seasons because of COVID, because he obviously couldn't leave.
Yeah.
I might leave you to fly solo for a minute or two.
That's okay.
I'm just there. I'm just going to go and turn the TV on in the clubhouse and grab a couple of things. So
I'm sure I'll be able to cope as long as there's nothing complicated. I can't do anything technical, obviously. It goes without saying. So Matt has gone to do something technical because he is the technical arm of our comms box.
you do the best bit. You do the best bit.
It's a fine tickle. That's well stopped on the boundary, and he's coming back for 2. Very alert running from Will. Nice little tickle. Good stop down here, but it's quite a long way up down here today from that angle. That's a beautiful shot. That's good. The best way to describe that is a flat track bully through the offside by Will. These boys look as though they mean business today. It's a long, long stint, 50 overs. Just it's always keen not to get overexcited. Decent carry there. It looks like a nice follow through taken by county keeper Johnny Cater, county captain Johnny Cater. As I said before, we have a lot of dignitaries here watching the game today. We have Supremo of Oxfordshire Cricket, Chris Clements is here. Mr. Brooks Senior, in charge of umpires, is here. That's going to be a wide as well. We've got Ted Sandbatch is here. We've got Matt Watts is here. We've got Ted Heap is here. It feels like the who's who of all important people. And of course we have the Badger, one of the most important people, who's rejoined the comms box. Tell us about your broken finger then, Badge. How did that happen?
Oh, you're the only one on board, I don't think.
We'll keep it quick.
Good morning. Oh, nicely done. I was asked at last minute to keep for the fourths last weekend.
Yeah.
And I haven't done that since I was about 15. And I know it might look like that was only a couple of years ago, but it's an awful lot longer. So, yes, fortunately.
And is that now the end of your career?
that was my 2022 season. Lovely couple of shots there from Freddie Smith to...
Well, and Matt's was a very dismissive shot through the covers. It was, this ball is wide and it's full in length. I'm just going to smash it through the covers. So
quick start.
It is a quick start. The thing is, we have so much batting in this team that keeping wickets for the later overs is so important. Bizarrely, that's going to be a wide. Bizarrely, last week, although we lost 4 really quick wickets, actually we didn't lose very many wickets until the last 15 overs, which
The
meant
chase.
that our guys could come in and smash it,
No.
and they all did. It's hit the stumps, isn't it? It hit something.
There was something there.
Yeah, it was on height. It was on height. Once again, county keeper and county captain Johnny Cater not happy. That's both umpires he's given the long stare to. We're joined in the commentary box by legend of Oxford Downs cricket, Ted Sambach. Morning, Ted.
Good morning.
Very bright,
nice to see you.
very bright, colourful shirt you have on. Very nice to
I
see.
know, that's because I had a blue shirt on and spilt some of the lunch over it.
I know.
That my wife's been cooking, so I had to go and change it.
Well, looking very bright. It's been a bright start, and Johnny Cater having a chat with the umpires about why that wasn't given. Don't think he needs to do that.
I had to get it.
It looked as though it was height to me.
It only flicked his pad and went over the
Yeah,
little stump.
yeah, yeah.
It had to be like that.
Yeah. I mean, one thing's certain: Martin Thomas isn't going to take any stick.
Bad judgment.
So Snooks to continue from the house end. Leaves that.
It's decent carry in the pitch. Ted seems to be going through all right, doesn't it?
Haven't seen enough yet, but
It's very hard out there.
Yeah.
It's
the number of runs that have been scored early season,
Yeah,
they must be pretty good at it.
there is a tinge of green in it, so you would have thought if anything is going to happen for the bowlers,
To be early on.
it will be early on. Yeah.
last weekend. I think it was the first game we've had. Obviously, there was the pre-season friendlies that didn't go over 200 for both sides.
Last year.
Sorry, last week the
Oh, really?
VKO.
Oh,
That was only what
okay.
160 or so.
Yeah.
All the pre-season games, everyone's made 200
I was going to say.
plus. There's plenty of runs. There were plenty of runs. It's probably the commentator's curse now. I said that.
Well, that was a player miss.
55 all.
While we were saying what a lovely track it is, Freddie Smith played and missed outside the off stump.
Freddie Smith played
Slightly-
most wonderful
slightly
innings a
wolf.
few weeks ago.
Yes, unfortunately I missed that. I was.
It's a shame. He batted beautifully.
Well, we could do some more of that today.
I saw Brickhill lost last week
Did they?
in their first. Well, yeah, so they got 6 points and they got 8. They didn't win anyway.
I think
I
they.
had a quick look at the table this morning. I know it's only after one game, but I was reminding myself who's in the division.
We were talking earlier that they've inherited some players from Tring who have
Oh, have they?
all but reformed. I think.
Ah,
I don't know the full details, but I do know that.
lost last week. This lot need a win.
Yeah. It's a lovely shot, Fred. That's actually a much better shot because he got his foot to the pitch and he got his head over it.
Come in, sit down.
Much better shot.
Oh, what, can I talk?
Yeah, of course you can talk, Ted.
Ready neck. It's easier.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was saying, Ted, that the top order failed to fire last week, but the middle and lower order played brilliantly.
Yes, well, you do need that, don't you? I mean, you need the middle order to be able to cope with some early losses.
Well, I think it was
I mean,
it demonstrated
The
the depth that we have in the first team at the moment.
But the danger is if you rely on the top four to always score the runs,
Yeah,
then the other guys never get a chance to dig in.
that's right. But they all, I mean, Eric batted beautifully.
The England middle
and-
order,
and-
however,
Mazza batted brilliantly as well, and they all did really well.
I'm saying the England middle order, of course, had a lot of practice early on, didn't they?
Oh, Badgers just walked behind the bowler's arm. So the commentary team needs a little bit of etiquette on cricket.
Should make sure I don't do the same. He's gone very aerial there
He's hit that straight
And
into
he's
the
hit it
field for six.
into
It's
the
an
six.
extraordinary shot.
He does like to hit the ball in the air, doesn't he?
He does. Well, he's just played 4 T20s in 2 days
Yeah.
against Sussex and Exeter University, and it's almost de rigueur. You have to hit it in the air in those sort of competitions at the
Yes,
moment.
indeed.
But when you play all three forms of the game, you do have to be able to adapt your style.
Yes, he came undone a few times last year, perhaps.
Going too quickly.
Perhaps going a bit early
Yes,
over the top.
I think that's right.
And certainly I recall the final game at Cheshire, which we had to win again.
It felt like every single one of our top 7 batsmen thought that someone was going to do it.
Well, yes, it was actually terribly disappointing last year.
It wasn't a good end to the season, was it?
It was not a good end to the season. And to be fair, we didn't even have a look in that game, and they had 3 spinners who bowled extremely well.
Yeah, and it was a dust bowl.
Yes, but I do think that at this level, people do struggle against good spinners.
I think that's.
I think it's probably true throughout cricket.
If you look at our international team, the last really good spinner we had was probably Graham Swan.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not saying that the others aren't good, of course, but at that level, when you got someone like the Australians have got coming on, it causes and the Indians and the Sri Lankans, it actually causes they feel a threat, whereas our bowlers at the very top level don't feel a threat, and that seems to pass its way all the way down. So if you get a good spinner at this level, people genuinely aren't quite as comfortable as they are as the ball coming on.
Yeah, indeed.
So this is the first ball that Freddie's faced from this
There
end.
hasn't really been an England spinner who's dominated for a while, has there?
No,
I mean, you go back a few years.
I mean, Monty
and, you know,
Panesar had a few good.
he did
good
for a
seasons,
while,
didn't
but never lasted. You have to go back to sort of Laker and Locke and Fred Titmus, and
I think
then
Swan,
you got the
close,
Embry and Edmonds partnership,
Yeah.
which was quite effective.
I think Swan was pretty close.
Swan was the best, I think, for a while. Quick single.
Yep. There's two misfields from the.
That was
opposition, but these two-
fine, but
one-
they do say don't run on a misfield,
Yeah,
don't they? But that was
I
fine.
think that was okay. As long these two do run very
I
quickly.
think, Will Watts was just a little slow off the mark, but he's very quick.
Where
between the
where they
wickets.
have to adapt their running is when they get Tom in
Yeah.
next, and they have to.
So this is a very encouraging start. How many overs is that we've had?
So this is-
We're in the 4th over, aren't we?
Yes, the overs aren't up to date. So
And I
this is the 4th over. The overs should be 3. What does it say on our screen here?
3.3 overs
Yes, but,
and
the
30
scoreboard-
runs. So
The
we're
scoreboard says only 2.
going at 9 or 10 and over, which is a very impressive start. But wickets
We've got
in
the captain
hand.
approaching. You happy with the start so far, Captain? I'm sure
they're going right,
but the overs are wrong at the moment on the scoreboard.
We also have with us a director of cricket.
Director of cricket and currently in hot form, Eric.
Eric's got a smile on his face as he says this. He's scored a few runs early season.
Well, if you're going to score runs, early season's a good time to do it.
It's a very good, good delivery. Now that left off the seam a little bit and a bit of height.
I think that took him a bit by surprise actually, because it was an effort ball and it definitely got up and carried
He
through.
was committed to playing that.
The Tesla's being moved on the realisation that there's a cricket match here today, and cricket balls and Teslas don't match.
I see we've now got this giant fence at the end.
Yes, it's it feels like we're still nervous about playing over that side of the square.
It's not out of place really. I think it'll blend in time.
I think the biggest worry would be if you hit a car and it caused a crash and that caused deaths. That'd be.
Well, that's happened before here.
That's a big wide.
When I was chairman one evening in an evening game, we hit a pizza delivery van out here, and the chap was absolutely wild.
And what pizza was he delivering? Was it a pepperoni?
I'm not sure. It probably wasn't in one piece by the time he'd slammed his
So
brakes onto the car.
It was re-sliced.
The ball hit his side. I think broke his side window. And actually, it is bloody dangerous. Ooh.
That didn't bounce very much at all.
So we've got a 2-pace pitch, perhaps.
It looks like
There's
there are
one that
two
leapt off the
paces.
seam and he was committed to. Another one he was also semi-committed to, but kept very low. Luckily outside off stump. Brickhill, we believe, this year have boosted their ranks a little.
Yes, I think they've inherited some Tring Park players. Because I think Tring, I don't know what happened to Tring, but I know that a few players left. And
Tring still in this division, or have they?
I don't know if
or did they go down? I can't remember who went down.
Or did they come down to this division? I can't
Perhaps
remember.
they did. Perhaps
I can't remember, but they won last week apparently, chasing 270. So
Did they?
they've obviously got a pretty good side still.
Brickhill have been boosted. They need to win because they didn't win last week, so they
No.
need to win this week.
Yes, so they'll certainly be up for it.
So we're going exactly 8 and over. 5th over has just started.
Fantastic mathematics. Do you want to come and work as an assistant in my office, Ted? With ability like that.
You have such ability in your firm that we use them for our business.
That's very kind of you to say so. Debbie is very good at looking after the
Debbie is
clients,
very good at looking after the clients. Yes, she is. I'm on the hotline to Debbie, usually for personal reasons rather than company reasons. I'll leave that to somebody else.
And the wine business is going well, Ted?
The wine business is going very well, actually. Yes, we're really motoring. We've taken on new staff. We're way up on last year.
Fantastic.
And the year before.
Lockdown was generally quite good for you, I
Well,
suppose.
we were lucky in a way. We got a few grants which helped, and obviously the furlough helped everybody. But more than anything, despite the fact that we lost all our pubs and clubs and hotels, the public saved us.
Fantastic.
Quite frankly, we were allowed to keep our shops open.
Yeah, that's great.
Thanks to the wisdom of the Prime Minister, who decided after 24 hours that wine shops were essential.
Wisdom and Prime Minister are not two words you normally hear at the moment in the same same sentence, but thank you for adding that.
They're not indeed, but from our point of view at the time, he made a very correct decision and brave decision on leaving the wine shops open.
Just going back to the cricket for a very brief second, they've decided that they're going to give the bowler some protection on the deep cover boundary for Freddie. So that one that he hit through the covers just then went to deep extra for a single, just in case people who can't see the whole field are wondering why it wasn't another boundary. They're just giving him a little bit of protection.
They're beginning to tighten up their bowling a little bit now.
Yeah, it's
An awful lot of wides early on.
It's massively important in these games to get a good start.
It is.
And equally important not to lose any wickets.
Indeed. Oh, that's in the air.
He's got a lot of bat on that, actually. That just shows you, Ted, the edges on these bats are almost like the middles that you and I used to play with back in the day.
I know.
So he's tried to play that through mid-on, got a leading edge, and it's gone comfortably over cover, and they've got two.
Yes, indeed. Yes, landed in the extra cover, deep extra cover position. He didn't even seem to hit that very hard, or attempt to. That's another one, a little bit aerial to mid-on.
Yeah, so he chipped that. It actually, thankfully, didn't catch hold of it. Otherwise, it would have gone straight to mid-on.
He was looking to put that over the top. It's beginning to think this wicket is two pace. I know we mentioned that a minute ago, but that ball didn't seem to come on as you would have expected it.
No, it didn't. Whether it's the sort of pitch that if you put the effort in, you get the results, and if you don't put the effort in, then it becomes a little bit variable. I don't know.
So another bit of very fine math suggests that we're at 7 and over.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I'm angling for a roll.
So here we have Badger's come back to apologise for the audience and for the two teams for walking behind the bowler's arm in the middle of an over.
I've come to resign.
It's actually highly embarrassing sitting next to Badger here. He's made a complete fool of himself. Held the game up. But he's being very contrite and has apologised and is now serving his time on a bench next to us. The sin bin, yes.
It's very nicely timed
nicely
through the
pushed by
offside.
Freddie.
Yeah, just let that come onto him. That was nice timing. Now the field has pretty quickly gone into as defensive as it can be in these early stages, which is is a plus point for our batting.
Well, it's a plus point because there'll be plenty of singles around to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very good start at 37 for no wicket, but it's important here now we just keep
Yes.
nurdling the ball around and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
I was saying, Ted, that when the team's going to have some interesting selection problems further down the line if everyone comes back, because obviously Gus Miller's currently injured.
Is he injured?
And,
Right,
and
yes.
He's going to be available.
Unfamiliar who's
And
available and who isn't at the moment.
at some point we may get the professional that we've been promised, the overseas player. But I don't know. Do you know any more on that? I don't know any more on that at all.
I know a little more. Do you know any more about that overseas player?
Apparently his bags are packed, ready to go.
Yeah, all I've heard
He's
is
coming
that
from where?
South Africa.
South Africa.
There's a whole load of overseas players in South Africa with their backs packed,
Really?
waiting to come over to the UK, who aren't being allowed to leave the country at the moment.
At the same time, I think the Home Office might be a little bit busy issuing visas for other parts of the world, unfortunately.
Certainly, the ball is flying across the outfield. You would think that this is a bordering on a 300-run pitch at the moment, the way the ball is flying around.
I have to say, looking at the side here. Oh
dear!
Played
me,
on. I'm afraid.
That just got a little bit higher on him than he thought, but
I'm afraid
just
I
chopped it on. Yeah, he
didn't
chopped
see
it on.
that, did he? So that's Freddie
That's a shame.
Smith, who was looking rather good.
He was. I think that just got a bit high. I think he didn't play it with a straight bat. It's your time to get nervous now, Ted. George is on his way out.
Yes, and he hasn't had the greatest start last weekend. I think George is always very nervy early on. Plays as if he's nervous. He probably isn't.
I think that bounce, I haven't seen a replay of it, but it felt that was more evidence that there is a two-pace pitch to some extent.
Well, George has got to keep his right leg out of the way. He left-hander, of course. Does tend to play across the line a little bit early on, and he is susceptible to LBW. Has been for a long time.
But he also gets a lot of runs, Ted. So.
He does. He can hit the ball extremely well. But usually takes him a while to get himself teed up.
What I do know is that the running between the wickets gets very exciting when George is out there.
Yes, but George and Will Watts particularly can run. They're both very quick. I think the thing with running is to be decisive.
Yeah.
You know, it is extraordinary how you could almost take a run to gully.
Yeah.
You know, if you both go. George has hit the first one, not the greatest of shots.
Slightly edgy, but he's going to get 2 for that.
2 down to sort of third man, but it was off the sort of angled face of the bat. I think he sort of slightly lost control of the bat there.
Slightly opened up a little bit more than he'd been planning.
Yeah.
He was looking to hit it
You'll be happy with
through the covers, wasn't he?
happy with that for the first ball there. New Test match tickets this year?
Well, I'll be going to Lords as usual. I was due to be going to Edgbaston, but unfortunately we've got a work day, which means I can't go, which is very disappointing. But I'm going to.
So we start off with New Zealand, don't we? Is that right?
We're going to day 1 of the Lords Test at New Zealand.
Yeah.
Where I'm being entertained.
Do you approve of the appointment, the England
Well,
coach?
I think who knows? But all I know is he's never coached a team before, apart from been part of an IPL team.
He's a very experienced cricketer.
He's a very experienced cricketer in all forms of the game.
In touch with the modern game.
I think he'll add a sort of killer instinct and aggression to the side. I think the captaincy was a no-brainer because you have to. That's a beautiful
shot by Will Watts. Straight drive, classic.
That's the shot of the day so far. Absolutely beautiful shot. I think the captaincy appointment was a no-brainer because you have to pick someone that's a guaranteed player in the team, and he's probably just about the only one, apart from Root, who can guarantee their place in the team.
I mean, the only other possible contender was James Vince, but it's going back to a Brearley situation.
Well, I wondered whether
someone who perhaps can't justify their place.
Well, I wondered whether they actually had an informal conversation with Cook, who's scoring hundreds and hundreds of runs in the county championship.
It's interesting you say that because, exactly. I mean, he's got 100 in each innings, and he's got another 100.
He must be one of the leading run scorers in the country.
I know,
and I suspect, being a very, very wise cookie that he is, he thought to himself, "I'm on a hiding to nothing here." But,
yes, and he probably would be. But it must have been tempting. I mean, I wonder if that has been broached.
Especially as opening batsman is a position that since he's retired, we've really struggled in.
Yeah.
I noticed that Keaton Jennings nearly got a triple hundred yesterday.
Retired
as well.
too young, really, didn't he? Yes, he did, didn't he? Then when there were one or two players putting their...
a lot of runs being scored in the county scene.
Who's the young chap, Brooke, who seems to be doing rather well?
And there's the captain of Sussex scores a lot of runs as well.
Who's that?
Haynes. So Haynes scores a lot of runs. He got 50 yesterday. Well, he got 50. Yeah.
I mean, I think you do need to blood a youngster. And Brooke, I think, is 23, 24.
Yeah. There were a lot of runs on the first class circuit yesterday, one way or another. So this is still a good start.
Cheshire have had a very fast start today.
Are they?
They are 51 without loss after 6 against Tame. Amersham are 28 for 1 after 7 against Harefield. Downs, as we know.
50 off 6, that's going.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what sort of team Tame have got this year.
Cumnor are 34 for 1 off of 8 at Tring. And Horsepath are 22 without loss after 8 at Wargrave.
Well, that answers the question about Tring that we were talking about earlier, what division they're in. They're obviously in our division.
Tring Park.
Did they come down?
Yeah, they did.
Just one up, one down in this division, isn't it? I think.
He's actually found his length now. I think both bowlers have sussed that short of a length, just short of a length, there's a length on this pitch.
Yeah.
Too full, you're going to go.
And although I haven't mentioned it in the last 5 minutes, yet again, I emphasise there has been a bit of variation in bounce.
Yes, yeah. So, and then they've just sort of worked that out, really.
My wife is on teas today. Yep. I haven't made a massive contribution, but I've sort of brought it down and put it in the kitchen at this stage. I think she's gone to supermarket to pick up a few bits and pieces.
The senior Mrs. Sandbatch of all Mrs. Sandbatches out there, of which there are a few.
Well, they're becoming more.
Not much hope for George, though, in the near future.
Sadly not.
jagged back,
So
well left.
Another ball that kept low.
Did keep low. They're all going oohing and ahhing, but I think it was a very good leave. It was comfortably outside the off stump.
Yeah, there's no problem with that decision, I don't think. And we will be having a change of commentary shortly. I think I should be chucked out of my seat.
Are you helping the current Mrs. Sandbach with the tea making? Are you assisting in the kitchen with the current
well,
Mrs. Sandbach?
I will assist. I'll do as I'm told. Isn't always the case. I can tell her I'm tied up in the commentary box for a while. She hasn't.
at least 6
I haven't
hours.
seen her for a while, so that's okay. I'm not needed yet. The order of the day, from what I gather this year, is hot lunches at sort of 3:30.
So,
Well, it used to be teas. It's now a hot
Well,
lunch.
as you know, back in the day, I used to play against Oxford Downs for about 5 different sides a year, and the tea was pretty much the only reason. Well, the only reason, obviously, I love
Yeah.
you guys, but one of the main reasons why you would come and play here, because it was a sensational
It
team.
has a reputation. And
Absolutely.
I mean, the reputation for the food here has not changed.
Exactly.
But how many will be teas? I suppose Sundays will be teas.
And when the
Midweek,
when the
cricket
red ball
week.
when the red ball starts,
And yes,
there'll be lunch and tea, won't there?
Yes, there will be lunch and tea. Yeah.
I imagine from a logistic point of view, hot lunch is probably just as easy to do as anything else. Isn't
Well, I
it?
think it probably is because making 3 cakes and doing 5 sandwiches. He's
Oh.
been dropped.
And he's put it down
This
at
is Will
third
Watts
man.
again.
again,
He
is
went
it-
to flick it
yeah.
to the leg side. It got a top edge, which travelled quite a long way to third man running in, who got his hands to
I
it.
think they will
And
regard that as a chance. that
That's
should have been taken.
definitely a chance.
I thought once he'd got there, he was definitely going to catch it, and he's
That was easier.
he's
than
getting a
that,
cater stare from keeper.
Yes, reminded me a little bit of Stokes when he scored when he was doing that huge run chase, and he got dropped with somebody running in by the Aussies.
Yeah, but they didn't get quite as close to it as this chap did.
No, this chap got closer. Oh, George has creamed that, but it's been very well stopped by
Yes,
cover point.
it's a lovely shot. It's when you get dropped and when you've had a couple of slightly streaky shots that Will's had, it may
Yeah.
just be his day. You like to think.
Well, let's hope so. I can't emphasise enough the importance of wickets in hand at this point.
Well, especially as we've got strikers of the ball like Costley and Cosford to come in.
Yeah.
We have a fantastic attacking middle order.
We do. But they can't be free to play their shots if they go in with a score at 92 for 5.
No.
So they have to have the score at 140 for 3 and then take it on to the next stage.
Sam King says morning. Good morning, Sam. Lovely to have you online. I don't know how many we've got online. Somewhere on Matt's thing he can tell us. How many have we got online, Matt? 15 online. Well, thank you very much, 15 of you.
Built into crescendo. We're up to 50 on Sunday.
Fantastic.
I think if you're online, you should make yourself known.
Yeah, that'd be a good
We
idea.
don't quite know who we're speaking to.
Yes, exactly. Please send us a message if you know how to do that, and we will acknowledge your existence and welcome you to the team.
Will
That's a
Watts
good
has
shot. He's-
struck that over
that,
mid-wicket.
and that was a clever shot because he knew there was nobody out there.
Yes.
And it was a very safe shot as long as he got enough bat on it, and he certainly did.
Not an enormous amount of power, but
No.
the outfield is very quick, and it landed probably about 15 or 20 yards inside the boundary, but
Yeah.
rolled through quickly. So that's another good shot from Will. He's obviously, if the ball is there, he's willing to
Well, I think,
go
I think,
for it. And
I
he's
think
done
we're-
quite rightly.
Yeah, It may be. I mean, you and I are talking about a 300 pitch. It may be that they've assessed that it may not be a 300 pitch, which means that they're going to have to make the most of every loose delivery they can and make sure it's dispatched.
And that's good cricket. Put it for a 4, then just tapped it into the leg side and went for a quick single. So, an easy single. So George taking guard the far end.
Yeah, first time he's been down that end.
So left armour to left hander.
I think the situation we really want is we want ourselves to be in an extremely good position when Tom Cosford comes in, so he can play freely, which he does anyway, to be fair.
Which he does. Ooh, it's okay.
See, that's more evidence, Ted, before you say it, of the double bounce in this pitch.
There's a danger of me being very repetitive here. It's really to let the listeners, the 15 listeners, know that there is a huge variation. That one did.
Keith from Smooger is probably listening to us while he looks out of his bedroom window in his Speedos.
Do you think he's just woken up? Or?
Keith, can I just say it was fantastic spending some time in France with you, even though your teammate stole my hat on day 1. I'll get Alan back, don't you worry.
That's a wide delivery, not given as a wide by the umpire.
No doubt Keith will be along later to watch the Cricket FA Cup final and, of course, although I've said it before, the Eurovision Song Contest. Extremely important.
And, of course, to help out with the bar takings.
Yes.
So we've had 9 overs. The score is 50.
Didn't seem to be very much of a ripple of applause when the 50 came up.
So the run rate started off at 10, has dropped down gradually, 9, 8, 7, 6. So we're on just about sort of 5.5 and over, 5.5, 6 and over.
So Johnny Cater's standing up now, presumably to stop Will coming down the pitch.
Oh, a good delivery.
I always don't know about you, Ted, but when I played first slip, I always hated it when the keeper stood up to pace bowlers, because they sort of wave their hands around in front of the ball as it gets nicked through, and you're still supposed to take it conventionally.
Yeah, I think whenever a keeper stands up at slip, it's difficult, isn't it?
That's a very wide.
No, in fact, that was a wide ball.
Yeah, that's good running. That's very good running by Will.
That is good running. They recognised perhaps the fielder here didn't have the greatest start.
That's a very wide. He'd have probably struggled to stop that even standing back.
So that presumably is 3 runs.
Yeah, it is.
Very useful first ball of the over.
Helen's about to put that up. 1, 2 and 3. There you are.
And although there's no issue with the score rate, getting a lucky 3 from the first ball just takes the pressure off the batters a little bit.
It does.
So I don't think Cater, who's county wicketkeeper, is finding it that easy standing up.
No, it's an interesting decision because he's seen that the pitch is. I wonder whether it's because standing back, it's difficult with the ball coming through on multiple bounces.
True.
So he might as well get something behind it as it goes through, rather than have it sort of getting it on the finger or on the chest or whatever. I know keepers hate having a double bounce coming towards them.
Absolutely. That's another good delivery.
It's quite close.
And it's
but I think it was quite a long way. I think it was quite a long way down, and I think he may have just been outside off stump.
Well, he must have been, I would assume. We've got some good umpires here today.
Yeah, well, Martin, you'll have played against Martin Thomas a bit, a Banbury player in his day. He's the square leg umpire.
Martin Thomas,
yeah. So you'll have played a bit. I played a bit of cricket against him. I'm sure you did.
I think I played a bit of rugby against him.
I think we've all put on weight since the 70s.
Well, that's true. Now this is a good over. He's getting the ball to bounce a bit. He's putting it in the right places. He's forcing Will Watts to play the ball. And that one was a very tricky length. It's the ball as a batter you do not want to get.
They're at the stage though where they have to decide how many they give these opening bowlers as part of their opening spell.
Indeed. It's another one where he's played a miss. The wicketkeeper is getting a bit
Well, that's probably the best over that they
Frustrated.
bowled today so far.
frustrated, partly because he didn't take the ball. Frustrated partly
Bit
because
of variable bounce.
A lot. One of them passed Wilson's nose about 3
I know. I think,
The next one was
Because
and I think
Hasn's
Freddie was
played
probably
missed.
surprised by how high his got.
Yeah.
But he should have been playing with a straight bat. Obviously, you and I would have been Matt.
I would have seen it there. And plus he's left-hand drive, so I can't comment.
Future of Oxford Downs cricket, Will has turned up. Seems to be driving round and round in circles with his father. We got. I haven't been up here on a web.
I'm going to have a little changeover in the commentary box. Pass back to
We
Matt.
get back to the technical input.
Thanks, Ted.
Oh, Keith's in a sling.
Yeah, Keith's had an operation on his shoulder.
Does that- is
Get
that
well
your-
soon, Keith.
I hope that's not your drinking shoulder, Keith. That would be very, very disappointing. You having to use a straw or something? Mr. Brooks, legend of Oxfordshire cricket. How are you, Mr. Brooks? Are you here assessing umpires? It's good to see Martin. I used to play against him quite a lot in the old days. Good player. Yep. Yeah. Right, so we've got a bowling change now. This looks like it's left arm,
Navin
left arm over orthodox, I suspect. Yep. And George has caressed that back with the square. May look for two. Is going to get two. No, changed his mind. Probably. Well, the throw's poor, but he didn't know that. So we've got left arm orthodox. He's probably going to go round the wicket to. We may need split screens, or the screen may be long enough to, wide enough to do both. Because we haven't had anyone bowling from this side of the wicket yet. Because we had left arm over pace to start with, and this is the first time someone has bowled from this side of the stumps. So yeah, so Keith is shoulder injury or shoulder surgery. Does that mean cartwheels are out of the question, Keith?
Easy single there. I wonder how much turn he's going to get here. It's quite
Well,
green.
yeah, it's nothing.
Nice and
Touch
flat.
wood, nothing has turned yet.
George always very polite. When the ball comes down, he always bends down, flicks it up and gives it back.
Well, if you talk to Ted will tell you never, ever, ever pick the ball up under any circumstances, even if the opposition are giving you permission. Because obviously you can technically be given out. I think it's obstructing the field now. You can't be given out handle ball. That's the one dismissal that's been taken out of the
Has
game.
it?
Yeah, there are now only 9 dismissals in cricket. Handle ball has now been.
So if the ball's going to go onto the stumps, you can just palm it away then?
No. When I say you can't, that's not a formal mode of dismissal. That'll be given out as obstructing the field.
Oh, okay.
So they've just merged handle ball with obstructing
So-
the field.
If the ball off your own bat goes as top edge and it's spinning up in the air and it's going to hit the wickets,
Yep.
if you palm it away,
You're out.
you're obstructing the field.
You can head it away. You
can
can
kick
use
it
your
away, yeah.
bat, but what you can't do is use your hand.
Yeah, it's not bad, isn't it? 2 runs
Yeah,
there.
slightly edgy, but good enough. All went on the ground, perfectly safe. George has obviously been given the nod that the bowler's going to be changed at the other end into a spinner, so he's going for his cap. George likes to bat the cap whenever he possibly can. That's a little bit a sign of his age, because he will have grown up not necessarily having a helmet all the time, and the younger players, like Freddie, can't bat without a helmet, so they wear a helmet all the time.
It's Paul Maslin tuned in.
Morning, Mazza Senior. Lovely
Yeah, I
to
think
see
that's
you.
Luke's dad, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's Mazza Senior. spent many a happy hour on the sidelines watching our boys play county cricket all the way through the age group. So shame you're not here, Paul. It's a lovely sunny day. The scene is set for your son to come in and score yet more runs.
He did so well last week.
Brilliantly.
He
He's having
that game
an extraordinary season.
Shame he didn't get his 100, but he was doing it for the team, I think, trying for that extra run. And yeah, Tom a bit ambitious.
That's good delivery.
George has got his cap on.
Yeah, he has got it in the help jersey.
He's bowling
Yeah.
reasonably quick.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's supersonic, but
Yeah, well,
you wouldn't want to get a top edge into your chin
no.
that way. You never want to get a top edge into your chin, whoever's bowling, even the slowest bowl.
The only time that I ever got hit in the helmet was always when I was top edging it and playing a terrible shot.
Sweep shot.
Hook shot normally.
Hook shot.
Ill-advised hook shot, and then you tend to hit, the first thing you hear is the clunk as it hits the visor, but if there's no visor there, you'll hear the clunk as it smashes your nose to bits. Plenty of time, Paul, to get down here and watch your son bat. He's not in yet, and I don't know where you are, but
Shot.
yes, that's caressed through the offside. I suspect that's going to go. That's a long way out there, but it is fast. Touch and go, and it has gone. Yep, that's 4 runs. That is a long way out there.
That is a
There
long
could be
marathon.
some all-run 4s or 5s even.
Have you ever seen without an overthrow a run 5?
I don't think I've seen an all-run 5, no. Not without an overthrow,
Yeah.
no.
I've seen a run 4 on this ground. I've never seen a run 5. Well, at senior level.
See, I think Johnny has decided that discretion is the better part of value. He did stand up for a while, but I think he found it a little difficult.
He said some expletive. This, I think he did actually
Yeah.
on the last ball,
Yeah.
the last over. Sod this. Probably can't say that, but
Well
done.
taken single.
So yeah, apologies on the quality of the picture again. For some reason I did set it to 1020p HD quality, but it's dropped down to 720p.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds very technical. I'll just commentate on the cricket and you do the technical stuff. So Paul, as Paul says, yes, holding our breath on the boundary, Paul. Paul Maslin is coming down a little bit later. That's going to go for 4 leg buys, I suspect.
Yeah,
That's
just
come down
maybe
by
just
us for
flicked it.
4, and that's 4 leg buys. And I would say that they are beginning to get a little bit disgruntled. Just initial signs.
Plenty of run 5s in the black sheep. Yeah, that's right. I have seen a run 5 in the black sheep.
I'm afraid we're not counting black sheep cricket as official cricket, Keith, but thank you for your input.
It's cricket, but it's not cricket.
Yep, they're starting to try and G themselves up with a little bit of verbals now, because that is as sure as hell sign that they are becoming a little bit nervous. We're 67 off 11, which is a very, very good total. Probably missed out on that slightly. It was a half volley.
I wonder what Mrs. Sandbach is doing for tea, because it has to be a hot tea.
Yes, we've had a discussion. Ted has explained that hot teas are the prerequisite for games of this nature, i.e. 50-50. And who knows, perhaps it's a chilli.
A chilli on a chilly day.
Or a little bit of a mild madras, perhaps.
Oh, well, that would be good. Let's hope there's some left over. the spin of Navi.
Yeah, Will is very experienced at running with George, and that was an ill-advised single at best. He's certainly bowling a very tight line. He's pushing it through quite quickly as well.
Should be an easy run there. Poor old bear suffering a bit with this cold.
It's all right. I'm fighting bravely. I've got Sudafed. A very good friend of mine introduced me to Sudafed as part of the dealing with blocked nose. So I thank her very much for that. Not COVID. So before everyone starts backing away from me, I have tested myself. Didn't test myself for all the other things I should have tested myself for, but I definitely haven't got COVID.
What happened there?
What's wrong with George? Oh, he's just
dropped his bat.
George looked as though he's praying there for a second.
So do you think this is their overseas player, Naveen Kavikari?
I don't know.
Kavikar?
I don't know. I'm afraid. That's out. Ooh, that's very close. That might have just pitched outside leg stump. We're slightly off straight here, obviously, because we can't be sitting behind the bowler's arm. But it certainly wasn't going over. I can assure you of that. And my guess is that it pitched outside leg stump. The bowler immediately knew that because it didn't go down his knees, and not even Johnny Cater is bouncing up and down with anguish. So I guess it pitched outside leg stump.
You just tell from the players' reaction they weren't,
And
It's worth appealing.
and Martin Thomas didn't even have an awful lot of thought about it. He knew where it pitched. But just to warn you,
That looks like a change of bowling again. Is this
yeah, it looks like
Jack?
off spin by the
Jude.
warm up.
It's Jude. The name I couldn't say earlier either. Ramananadan.
Good effort, Matt.
Doesn't fit in very well in my graphics either at the bottom of the screen, so apologies there, Jude. That's his first name. Spears
Well,
that in.
that's round arm off spin by the looks of things from the first delivery. A very round arm. Looks like my arm used to look like. Let's just see if that was just a one-off.
Good running.
Yep. Nice alert running, keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
I think if you picked that up cleanly in a direct hit, it would have been close.
I think they were comfortable.
Coming over the wicket now to the.
It's an absolutely beautiful setting. It really is. There aren't many prettier grounds than this on the circuit when the weather's like this. Oh, and there goes one of the umbrellas. It's just nearly killed 4 children, but didn't, thankfully. How's our public and private insurance on that one?
Hopefully they can sort it out. I need to go over. Put it down maybe is a good idea.
Yes, that's sensible cricket. And they're going to have to start thinking about this soon. Power play ends on 15 overs. Was it 10?
I thought it was 10.
Yeah. So
You're normally the guru, so I didn't want to question it.
With the laws changing every year, I get confused.
Yeah, how many men have they got outside? They got 3, so yeah. They got 3 outside the circle, so it must have been.
Once again, George walks down the picket and picks the ball up. Very ill-advised. I'm sure Ted is somewhere around the ground chuntering about that. Oh, he's over there. We'll ask Ted when he goes past. We'll ask Ted what his views on batsmen picking the ball up are. That's an absolute wipe over mid-on for 4, but it's a lovely shot. It's a sort of shot that says to the bowler, "Don't bowl there, bowler," and will annoy the bowler hugely. Spinners don't like being slogged against the spin.
have a quick
but
look at the others.
George is in complete control. Right, we've got some other scores.
Division 2, Amersham 63 for 3. Chesham 80 for 0 against Tame.
Blimey.
Cumnor 60 for 2 against Tring. And Horsepath 40 for 1. So yeah, this looks like a day to bat.
We have a lost ball behind the scorebox.
Oh yeah, it's a bit tricky to get into that area there. If it's gone through the fence, it's not easy to get over that fence because it's got a hedge and everything else. So
This might give us enough time to have a very brief interview with Ted when he comes past about. He's coming around with Mr. Brock, the senior, no doubt talking about their favourite artist, Winifred Atwell, who was big in the 30s apparently. Vera Lynn's greatest hits and other songs in their record collection.
must have got a replacement ball or the original one back. I didn't see actually anybody go over the fence. I would have been surprised if it had gone over the fence. You'd have to bounce perfectly to get over.
Yes, that's a misfield. And just one run. George beginning to time it now, which is always a good sign.
He was saying the other
We have
night he just needs
Legends of Oxford Downs. Ted, would you like to comment on the fact that George keeps picking the cricket ball up? We were wondering, we were trying to find out where you were, chuntering about picking up the ball. So Ted has made his position very clear on this. It's definitely out. And Ted has also made his position clear that he would definitely be appealing. Yeah. Did it involve boycott? Andrew Hildrich, yeah. Oh yeah. Both of them kept getting him out hooked at deep backward square leg. Yeah.
kind of Stella's there.
Can we move back to the chat? Oh, cool. I think it's variable bounce. I think he got bigger on him than he thought. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think he's trying to play off the back foot. It looked like he was playing with the crooked bat instead of a straight bat. Shame he's looking on good nick. Yeah. Still, this is a good start, Ted. So what's the hold up there? Johnny Cater getting his field in the right place. Comfortable too.
Be nice to see another 50 today. You had 2 last week. We only had 1 last season.
One all season. Wasn't a good season. I was saying with Ted how disappointing the final game of the season was.
Yeah, it's a bit after the Lord's Mayor show, wasn't it? After the previous couple of weeks we did so well. They played to their strengths, didn't they? They prepared the pitch to their bowlers, and you can't blame them for that.
Well, it was more that none of the top order really took responsibility. That's going to be tight. That was very tight. A direct hit, definitely out. George knew he was in trouble. Happy with that one, Skip? Captain Tom Coster is walking past, wondering whether George would have got in the frame, whether it had gone to the...
Good, Maggot. Really
just our overseas.
So just to answer your question, just check with Tom Crossley. This is the overseas bowler. This end. It looks like a very useful spinner, I have to say.
He's got the number 88 on the back of his shirt. I like the number 77, but 8 is more lucky, apparently.
111's always been my number. Nelson's, of course. You know why it's called Nelson, don't you?
Did Nelson die on the first of the?
No. Nothing's exciting than that. He had one eye, one arm, and one testicle.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it's called Nelson's 111. Did you not know that, Matt?
I didn't know.
Always a wicket-taking number, 111. The number of times a wicket falls on 111 is extraordinary.
Is that because you're looking for it,
Well,
rather than any other number?
Well, it may be, but it may just be because people are automatically a little bit nervous when it gets to it.
I like the double Nelson, 222.
Yeah, that's Freddie's number because he wasn't allowed 111 because that was my number. So Freddie's a 222.
The 3 digits. I think you know, 2 numbers look better on a shirt, I think, than 3 because it's a bit squashed.
Makes you look like you're an afterthought. You mean?
Yeah, well, it could be that.
You'll know your number, Matt, after your favourite pair.
It's after my favourite poker hand, 2 red 7s.
Proud sponsor of ODCC.
Why is 2 red 7s your favourite poker hand?
I was born on the.
It's not.
Been my lucky
It's not a
number.
winning hand, is it?
Well, it's better than the average hand by some considerable distance.
That's a nice late shot for
Good.
2.
Poker players in their super.
Morning, Loz. How are you?
Very good, how are you?
Very well, thank you. This is a very good start, isn't it?
It's a very good start.
Are you going to be blaming the pitch again for your bowling after last week?
No. I got used to it, you see.
That's going to be 2 more. They're going to. It's a very big field to try and plug gaps like that.
Yeah.
So this is very sensible batting from the boys. They're going to have to change the field because I suspect Mangat's just going to keep on putting it there.
How many have we got watching today?
15 it was last time, and that includes Keith across the road because he's got a dodgy shoulder.
Oh, no.
Get better soon, Keith. Well, we're up to 50 on the village knockout, we were.
Imagine there was a lot on the last ball.
Yeah, there was a lot. Yeah, it was mostly at the end.
Bit of variable bounce for you today, Lost, do you think, with the bowling? Looks like some are flying through and some are staying low, aren't they?
I've got a new
That's a good shot.
opening partner with me today.
Yes, I understand that we've resorted to the youth policy of Prav to open the bowling today. Does that mean there's going to be a conflict who wants which end, or do you get the senior pros?
I'm senior pro.
Yeah, so Prav gets what he's given.
You can't just walk into the new ball just like that, can you?
Your Anderson.
Yeah, exactly.
More like an Ollie Robinson, actually.
Oh, yeah. Don't break down what you do.
But don't do anything on Twitter that you regret.
Already done that.
I'm moving on. Different week.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. Hit the deck hard. Actually, you've got to bat first, possibly. Hit the ball hard. So, what did you go and get from M&S then?
I've got all sorts today. I've got raspberries, coconut. I've got some grapes.
You haven't got some mystery fruit like you had last year.
No mystery for it. That little Waitrose on the Ducklington roundabout. It's never fully stocked with an awful lot of stuff. It's always a little bit disappointing. So if this is their pro, we just need to essentially milk him, and he can only bowl 10 overs.
This is his 4th over. He's gone for 10 runs. So, yeah, 3 a bit and over. You've got to be happy with that against the pro bowler.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if he bats as well. I suspect he probably does. You normally want a multi-dimensional player as your pro. Ah, the person that stole my hat's arrived over the far side, Alan. He's missing his mate Keith. He's got a space in the Eric Hollis stand with no one next to, apart from his tin of Stella.
He's got his tin of Stella, mate.
You're never alone with a tin of Stella.
Yeah, he's now beginning to turn it reasonably significantly.
Get those fingers nice and warm. No.
Thank you, Matt. You little flicker. That's a good shot. Unfortunately, hit the fielder, very sadly.
Apologies for that massive noise that came over the speaker then. That was Matt Watts flicking.
Matt Watts
Bears.
flicking my button, and you can read into that how you wish. He's always been a child, Matt Watts. I've been played against him since the 80s. Now that's done a lot. That's the arm ball, and that's popped.
So we've got Paul Fowler going out round the grounds today. Going to send some live updates.
Hopefully not walking behind the bowler's arm on every ground he goes to.
We forget that happened.
So yeah, our roving reporter, a bit like the sort of Kate Adie of Oxford Downs Cricket Club.
Going to the war zones of Cokethorpe and Freeland.
Yeah, some dodgy things happening in Cokethorpe.
She is. Still does.
On the radio. Full. Safe. She's safe.
Yeah, she's not very dodgy. She's not hiding button throwing. Right, obviously, where are you going? I'm going to the Breeze of Cokethorpe before the Freeland pub on the boundary. Yep. So I will be reporting. Have a look at it.
We need to give you a word of the day to slip into each of your reports.
I think it's Eurovision. Anything Eurovision.
Yes. Yeah. So if you can somehow sneak nul point into your report.
You've stolen it already. You've stolen it.
Onomatopoeia.
Just a little bit. Stolen.
And if you can get as many palindromes into your as possible.
Don't think I can get one of those in the car.
Goodness me. I'm not quite sure how that hasn't bowled him, but it didn't. Because if it hit him on the pads, they'd all been appealing like... Well, Johnny Cater would certainly have been appealing a lot. So I think that just stayed low. That's probably a result of the ball before, I'm afraid. He's just chipped it to mid-wicket, which is a shame because he was batting beautifully.
Yeah, it's the set up the balls before, wasn't it, really?
Well, I think just put a little bit of doubt into his mind.
George requesting something to drink, I think.
So we have two spinners on, and we have the big man stepping to the crease.
Just don't pick the fielder, Tom. Go large, but just don't pick the fielder.
Very good innings from William.
Steady 31. We'll get his dad's on comms if he's going to join us, Matt. You're going to save him until later in the day.
He's going to go and give some words of inspiration to Will.
No, I'm not going to speak to him for an hour.
No, it's normally about 2 hours with Freddie, and with you and me in the old days, it was about half a day.
Half a minute, I never cared about too much.
Yeah, I wasn't very nice to go near when I've been out. Well, not very nice to go near on the best of times, but certainly not when I was out.
My speech to swap, think of for tonight.
You're making a speech tonight?
It's club dinner, rugby club dinner.
Ah.
I'm having stuff, yeah.
Well, you have to slip a few things about the Eurovision into that, surely.
It's only out to the audience.
Right, so Tom Cost is out there to face his first ball. Cosford, sorry. And there's always with the first three bats with George, Will, and Freddie. The running between the wickets is normally pretty fast and furious. When you add Tom to the equation, it becomes slightly more entertaining. Is probably the best way to describe it.
The most common dismissal in Oxford Downs history is run out, stand back.
He has this incredible habit of flinching when he hits the ball a couple of yards down the pitch, which as a non-striker makes you immediately think that he's running a single, and you start to go as well.
He's great to watch.
So that was a wicket made in there. Very well bowled.
Yeah, it looks like spin may be more effective than seam on this pitch at the moment. Oh, it's an aeroplane leaving Bryce Norton.
There's a lot of aircraft activity overhead.
We think that's probably going out to Ukraine somewhere.
More likely.
Or not Ukraine, but somewhere near Ukraine.
Another double digit, same number, 99 here. So it's a different bowler, Marcus Critchley. Must be their fifth bowler. George just getting the sight screens adjusted.
Which is interesting because we have had people bowling from that side of the wicket all morning. So I don't quite understand that.
Maybe he's got a bit more of a wider berth.
So this is off spin, and it's very flighty off spin from that first delivery.
With it being flighty, is there more of a danger of bowling a full toss?
Not necessarily. It means that it's giving the ball a little bit more chance to spin. But I mean, when I say flighty, that means that he gives it more air. But actually, if he drops it, it means it goes above the eye line.
Yeah,
it goes above the eye line and then back down again. That can actually be more difficult to play.
It wasn't flighty at all.
No, that was the fast one. That's very kind of you, but my body's a temple. I have fruit in my bag. So we have the present and the future of Oxford Downs cricket. Let's start with the present. Freddie, anything you'd like to say on that dismissal?
Just nip back a bit.
Got a bit big on you?
Just nip back and I chopped onto my padding on the stumps.
Oh really? That's a bit unlucky. Will, as the future of Oxford Downs cricket, how would you have played that one that Freddie was out on? Would you have hooked it for 6?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably, yes.
We'd be on 100 by then. So.
Yeah. So have you had a good season this season?
It's been alright.
And what's been your top score so far?
31, 32.
31. And wickets? Best bowling performance?
Keeper.
Oh, you're keeping?
Yeah.
I thought you were a devilishly fast opening bowler.
No.
Oh.
He's got a big game later.
Big game later, you're playing for the fours?
School.
Oh, school, who's that against?
Oratory.
Big game against Oratory. Leave no prisoners, Will. So they're taking their overseas off to presumably stick a few up his sleeve for later on.
When did you go to Costa?
Sorry?
When did you go to
There's a drive-through Costa on the Duntington roundabout.
You didn't get me on it.
Very, very handy. Well, you were batting, actually. Even though albeit briefly.
I'm playing in it though.
So 87 for 2 off 19 overs. White van parking outside Matt's.
No, that's the beer delivery.
Oh, is it? What do we want here? What can I have to? I don't think that's out. I don't think he moved.
Not run out. Stuff in the peel there.
I have olives. And of course, coconut.
Got a good selection here.
Yes, you know, Matt looks forward to what I produce from my coal bag on days like this.
Let's just you have some mysterious fruit.
Yes, well,
I've
mysterious.
never heard of before. But
Well,
not
we
today.
couldn't. I still don't think we were able to identify that fruit that we had last. Was it Amersham we were? Was
Yeah,
it,
some mysterious fruit.
we took our roving comms. Have we checked to see if we're allowed to take our roving comms to other games this year, or was that?
If we get the same permission filled out by the various parties and make sure we got enough signage, then yeah.
Would you like a piece of coconut, Matt?
I won't actually, because I won't munch on mic. I'll have to turn the mic off if I start munching.
That's a nice shot from Tom. You can feel that Tom is itching to get after the bowling, but knows that we're in a very good position at the moment. We need, what you normally look to do is double your score when you get to 30 overs. So if we can be up around about the sort of 150, 160 mark after 30 overs, we will be looking to score 300 runs.
Be the drinks break, or 25 overs, I guess, will be the drinks break, won't it?
Yeah, I should think so.
Gee, Chesham still haven't lost a wicket. No, 108 after 20 overs.
Yes, Tame are doing some mileage, aren't they?
That's run rate slowed down a bit, but that's still pretty good score, isn't it? Amersham lost a couple more wickets. They are 85 for 4 playing Harefield. I was looking down at the screen and I heard the ping off the bat, and I looked up and thought for one awful moment that Tom had just chipped that to the fielder, but fortunately he didn't. Dealing with their field a bit here.
Coconut, Nicholas.
Oh, he's got hold of that. He will
Yeah,
dissect the
that's,
field, yeah.
that was a long hop, and it was
She's in.
brutally dispatched by Tom.
Great shot.
But a controlled shot. It was a shot of control.
We've got cheese in there as well as the
I
others.
know, I have. It's a cheese that you may not have heard of. Manchego. Have you heard of creamy Manchego cheese?
Nope.
Well, there you are, you see. Get all sorts of education when you're in the comms box with me. It's very, very, very tempting for Tom.
Yeah,
This
you
is.
could see
You
he
can.
just
He's
pulled out, didn't he?
thinking, I want to dispatch this a long way. Oh, we saw him coming.
Yeah,
He went just a tiny bit too early.
still a good run though.
Just needs to stay calm. We just need to stay calm. Nope, that's outside the off stump. George has picked up again. Where's Ted? George has picked up yet again. Where is Ted? Oh, Ted. Oh, Ted. Ted's up in arms. He's doing his own Mexican wave in disgust. Hello, Mark. So George picked the ball up twice, and Ted is in a terrible strop. He's not even able to sit back down in his seat. He's so angry. Get a feeling that Tom feels the need to unwind very shortly. Good shot, nicely controlled.
So we will have the football on later. It's the Championship playoff semi-final first leg versus Nottingham Forest versus Sheffield United, because we have got Sky back on now.
I'd quite like Sheffield to win that, because Nottingham Forest have got a back that I want Arsenal to buy next season, who's rather good, who was instrumental in us losing to them in the FA Cup earlier on in the season. Oh, see, that's bounced. That really has bounced. Because George was moving across to hit that through the covers, and it actually got big on him.
That's interesting there. The bowler running in kicked the ball then. There's no rule around that, is there?
What? No,
Perhaps
but
if you accidentally studying it, there's nothing you can do. But let's say you want to rough one side of the ball up, and
if you do it consistently, the umpire will have a word with you, and if you, on purpose, throw it in so it rolls on the ground, the umpire will have a word with you.
try to go big then, but
Yep.
it will be stopped at the boundary rope. Just a single.
So you know, you can do things like that once. I think if the umpire thinks you're doing it consistently and persistently, then you're likely to have a chat.
I guess with spin, you probably want it as out of shape as possible.
Well, not necessarily. I think what you want is the one side of the ball to be as shiny as possible, even as a spinner, because then you can, if you bowl an arm ball, that will help that. Having said that, this is a pink ball, so it doesn't quite behave like a red ball would. Ah, Simon Davey. Ah, sorry, Simon, I forgot that you were a Nottingham Forest supporter. I'll let you win it as long as you sell us your right back. How about that for a deal? I have to say, Nottingham Forest, in my opinion, deserve to be back in the top flight of football.
No team really deserves to be in there, Bear. You know, there's no right.
Well, with the history they've got, they've won the European Cup twice, and you know
so
you do.
Ipswich and Ipswich are in Division 1. You know.
Yeah.
I've got, and I'm not a big fan of Luton, but I've just got a soft spot for Luton just purely because they'll be the first team to go from non-league to the Premiership.
And you like Eric Morecambe.
Not really. Their stadium is horrible going there, I can assure you. I did not like going there as an Oxford fan. Very intimidating.
They used to have a plastic pitch at Luton. I don't know if they still do.
Yeah, no away fans as well.
Yeah.
I went there one time with no away fans and got in.
Did you pretend to be an Eric Morecambe fan?
I pretended to be a Luton fan today. We did lose an extraordinary game. We lost 7-4. You don't see that scoreline very
I don't
often.
see that scoreline very often. Tom's foot movement, I wouldn't say is at his absolute best today at the moment. He looks a little bit jumpy.
Oh, got through the fielder there. Still a single, I think.
Yep.
Eric and George at the crease then would have been two. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing Tom a disservice there. I think I am. Would have been a very tight two. So the run rate really quite slowing down here. Just the last 5 overs, just 9 runs from it.
That's the first loose ball he's bowled, really.
Might dissect the fielders. I think they're going to cut
It's
it
a long
off
way out
just.
there as well.
Yeah.
It's a very big playing surface here today.
But
Lots-
very fast.
Very fast, but lots of runs to be had out there. I think the slowing of the run rate has definitely been since they've had spinners on, without a doubt.
Something we really can't call upon too much today. So mainly a seam attack from Downs.
Yep.
He's got this nibbling around a bit.
Well, they will know what they have to defend, which is obviously the advantage of batting first, especially if you get a decent total. So other things come into play, like the pressure of getting behind the run rate. That's a nicely stroked shot from Tom. He's down. He's down, but he's up.
Don't roll your ankle, Tom, like you did last season, celebrating, running backwards, rolled his ankle.
Remember, I don't know if you saw it, golf a few years ago. Tony Finau got a hole in one, I think, and came and started celebrating, running down the fairway, and totally dislocated his ankle. It was the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. I think he got a hole in one and then dislocated his ankle. Oh, it needs to be a bit closer, right? Yes, at the moment Tom is very. You feel like he's wanting to move on. Yes, that's gone. So he tossed that out right into the slot, and George summarily dispatched it for 4. It was uppish, but it was perfectly safe.
That brings up the 100.
Young athlete Matt Watts running around the touchline now. He's preparing for his speech this evening. He's going to make a speech at the rugby club. I'm sure that's going to be entertaining. That's leg buys. Yeah, well run. So the fielding side immediately know that there's no point throwing to George's end, so they will throw it to Tom's end every time, so we do have to be wary of that. Drinks in, this is the last over before drinks.
The score's missed off of 4 here. The scoreboard over in the far corner is correct. It is 105 for 2. I'm sure that'll be corrected in a second or two. Yeah, they're just correcting it now. There it is.
Wasn't ready. So that's going to be a dead ball because the batsman wasn't ready.
A bit risky there. So if you moved away
and the umpire would, if you don't take your guard and you are clearly not ready to play, the umpire will make the decision that Martin has just made, which is that it was a dead ball. So even if that had bowled him, it would have still been a dead ball.
heart in the mouth for a few seconds there.
Well, it's a risky strategy. So we've got Simon Davey listening, who is a massive Nottingham Forest fan, who will disagree with Matt that Nottingham Forest don't deserve to be in the Premier League.
We're up to 25 viewers. Thank you for tuning in.
Feel free to let us know you're listening if you have tuned in. We're always up for comments, and if you don't like what we're saying, that's tough because we're here and you're not. But we'll obviously acknowledge the fact you're listening to us. So it's now a drinks break.
Frankie Crouch just doing the
yes,
round
legendary first team wicketkeeper and legend of YouTube, scoring the winning runs in the village knockout. In fact, your following is going up daily.
So yeah, drinks break just been taken. The bar will be open from about 2:30 this afternoon. Still looking for bar staff if there's any willing bar staff out there. It'd be good to get some more on the books.
What do we pay our bar staff, Matt?
£10 an hour.
£10 an hour. Is it national minimum wage or just a bit above that?
Well, it is. It used to be a year or two ago a pretty good wage, but yeah, it's still a good wage for an 18 or 19.
But you also you get the entertainment of
Yeah.
being in the most popular club in Oxfordshire, with very entertaining people to socialise with. So it's a win-win. Ted Sandbach, the current Mrs. Sandbach, are walking past the comms box.
Yeah. They're going to get on camera.
We were wondering what the boys are having for their cooked lunch. Is it chili or curry or what is it?
It's chicken pasta.
Chicken pasta. There you go, Matt. That sounds mouth-watering.
There'll be a little bit left over for the
Would you like some coconut? Yes, I know. We're a very civilised comms box today. Matt will go away and come back with something totally unhealthy in a minute from his home, and
You get a bit cold here.
no, I have natural body insulation.
Bare glows
I do.
like a ready break man.
Yes, I'm like a giant hot water bottle. I was just saying, Ted, that Tom looks like a bit of a caged animal at the moment, doesn't he? He looks like he's itching to get after them.
Yeah, both I think wanted to, but I mean.
Well, and it's been very clear since the spinners have come on that the run rate is slowed down. We haven't got an awful lot of spinners, except George might be warming up.
Flight of filth.
I don't catch George as a burner. He catches himself as a burner occasionally.
No, I don't think even he counts himself as a bunny. I think he counts himself as a con artist.
Well, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Yeah.
Life.
I'm so bad. I've got to be hit. But you've got to hit me well, otherwise you'll get a top end and you get caught.
I like the way his arm pauses as it comes over a little bit. Just
He got that from Chris.
Yeah.
Chris used to do that.
So I was saying, Ted, that at one point I was saying if we could get to about 150 with 30 overs to go, then we could be looking at 300. But I guess now we're probably looking at 260, 270. Yeah.
anything with Mark Nelson in it is.
And Johnny Cater's a good player as well.
Is he a very good player, is he?
Yeah, yes. He can hit a ball. Oh, yes.
Well, they've taken 2 hours, like, what, an hour and a half to bowl their first, so another hour and a half.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, it's something like 2:45. It depends whether they, they could bowl us out, so it will be less than that. But yeah, it's something like half past.
But there also could be a lot of
2:30.
ball chasing. Yeah. Is that key for the pasta? Yeah, the pasta has to be absolutely primed to perfection.
My problem is I have to turn it on, but turn the other on. But
I'm sure that's.
If Claire doesn't come across, I know how to do it. So
do you? Okay.
yeah. Just come
Well,
on,
one
get
thing's
Ted
certain.
coming
One
across.
thing's certain. Don't ask Ted.
Dead right.
We'll blow up the whole of the pavilion.
Here we go. Back in play. Oh, sharp catch.
That is a sensational catch. Tom cannot believe it.
First ball after a break.
That was a brilliant catch. It has to be said. Was that their overseas that caught that?
I thought it was Mark Nelson, the chap we were just talking about. Actually, I have a feeling. It
Oh,
is,
right, yeah. Well, that's a very good catch. So, yes, last week's superstar and saviour, Luke Maslin coming in. Paul, get nervous. In he comes. The run machine that is Luke Maslin.
Yeah, it was Nelson who caught that. Thought it was. Yeah. That was a little bit disappointing there. I was looking forward to seeing Tom tee off.
Yeah, that won't have been the way he was expected to be out today, I suspect.
Caught on the boundary.
Well,
I think
it was a very good catch.
we played the spin very well last week. Plays off the back foot.
I'm just going to turn my cord up while I blow my nose.
It's a good trumpet noise, that.
Thank you.
Be a leg by there. Be at least one leg by. Should be two. Yeah.
2 leg bys, yes.
Somebody with a blocked nose always reminds me of that Tunes advert. And you have to be of a certain age, Tunes, help me breathe more easily, or whatever it goes.
Wasn't it first class cricket in Nottingham,
Yeah,
please?
that's it, yeah.
And he couldn't understand what he was saying. First class cricket in Nottingham, please. Showing our age there, but you're much younger than I am, Matt.
Something about that. interesting. The scoreboard here comes up. This is on the Play Cricket. It says wicket maiden for Ramad.
Yeah.
The chap who was bowling. And,
It's a brilliant catch, wasn't it?
Great catch.
Were you talking about your fielding down at? No, it was a very good catch. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying, Matt?
Why did it come up wicket maiden, but he had 2 leg byes?
Because leg byes don't count against the bowler. As simple as that. If it had been wide or no ball, then it wouldn't have been a maiden. But leg byes are not against the bowler. That's just the way it is, Matt, I'm afraid. You sound like you don't approve.
Well, I don't really.
Why? But you could kick it anyway. I mean, why is that the fault of the bowler? You've beaten the bat. It's not a wide.
If
So
it
it's
wouldn't
hit
have hit his leg, it would have been a wide because
Yeah,
it would have
but-
been down the leg side.
Yeah, but you could say that was very, very clever bowling. Anyway, that's the law.
Okay, I won't. Just. Why is there lots of shrugging going on here?
I don't know.
Oh dear. Oh,
Ooh.
it's over him.
He's just got over. It was a matter of inches.
Luke gets
That was very close.
off the mark with a 4. A little bit of a risky 4.
Oh, and Alan has got into his cycling kit and is going for a cycle with this Tina Stella. Does he know? No, he's not taking it. That's his iPhone. I was wondering whether he normally takes his Tina Stella. That's nicely played by Luke. Very sensible. So just in case you're wondering, Mr. Maslin Senior, if you're listening but couldn't see where the ball ended up, it was literally 3 inches above the outstretched finger of mid-off, who is not the tallest in the world. So you could say it was brilliant from Luke. In fact, let's say it was brilliant from Luke.
Easy single. Seven off the over so far with 1 to come. Dot ball. So current run rates round 4.2 and over. If they carry on at this rate, they would get 211, which I'm sure they would be disappointed with.
Very disappointed.
They go for 6 and over from now on in, 252, and 8 and over, 298. Still think plenty of batting to come, but just take it easy, certainly for the next 10 overs. Just
Yeah, wickets in hand. We've got plenty of strikers to come.
dribble it around for 2 or 3 runs and over is fine.
Beautiful shot from George. Reverse swept, and it actually hit the middle of the bat. You could hear that. A lot of reverse sweeps are a bit edgy, but that actually pings straight off the middle of the bat. Of course, now you've got George and Mazza batting together. The running to the wickets is going to be electric.
That was George shouting 3 there. I don't think there might be 3. Yeah,
Yeah,
there
let's
is.
see. I'll rest my case. Brilliant running.
Jeez, what's a
Brilliant
run.
running. They will be electric between the wickets, these two.
He shouted 3 straight away, and I thought they're going to have to go some, and they did.
You never get that nervous, Paul. You're far too cool and laid back.
they've done the damage this over. They got the 8 runs. Just see it off.
Yeah, no, that's
Ball's
good.
there to be hit it. But if not, just defend it. Yeah, and there will be a single off the last ball of the over. One, two, three for 3.
Yeah, so 2 overs before the 30, and you look to try and at least double your score in the last 20 overs. So on that basis, say we get to 135, we'd be looking at 270.
Gets through his over very quickly if they're dot balls here. Already onto the 4th ball of the over. Oh, nearly chipped up there. But there will be a single.
Lots of spaces around, which is handy. It's a big old pitch.
On off field and moves back inside the circle. Speed that up, and it will be through.
Yeah,
And 4 runs.
that was a very slow wide full toss, and it got exactly what it deserved.
So yeah, 5.
In form Luke Maslin didn't miss out.
Looks out to the leg side for a single. Direct hit. Good throw. Had a direct hit horsepower for last weekend from the boundary, didn't we? Which for a run out, which was a pretty crucial run out.
It was a loss, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So the champagne moment of the day. Well batted, William.
Rather still be out there, but hey, hey.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't expecting Tom to be out quite like that. That was a good catch.
Mine, wasn't it?
Very good catch. Mazza Senior's watching, and so is Simon David, because he's got a big playoff game this afternoon where Nottingham Forest are going to try and get into the Premiership. Not many. That's a wide.
Lucky, mate.
Didn't think he was going to call it then, the umpire, for a
I
brief
don't know what he was thinking of. Why he was taking such a long time to think about it. Spin. Spin's what's changed it, isn't it?
Well, we want to make a game of it, don't we?
So what's target? So we've got our batsman here and we've got our opening bowler here. What's the target? What's the target that we're looking at? 270, 280? 300. Oh, look at this. She is quite possibly the perfect wife. You lucky you got a big smile on your face. Did she? What a love. She's lovely, your wife. She's made me a cocktail. Oh my word. That's very kind of her. Bacon butties. That is so kind. She is a lovely woman. Thank you. Fantastic. Do you want, olives or coconut, anybody?
Oh, I'll go for some coconut.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, lovely.
You reds.
Coconut, Freddie? No. Coconut.
No.
Well, we've just been brought out by Mrs. Bowden 2 bacon sandwiches for our Arsenal Tottenham. Did they have a game this week?
Just typical Arsenal performance.
Yeah, we were shocking.
Spineless.
That's gone for 4, I should think. You want a bite of my bacon butty, anyone? That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Holding had an absolute nightmare. Shopping, selling.
So we're just going to have a little bit of a food break here. We'll keep the mic on so you can hear what's going on, but there might be a little bit of lack of commentating.
Yeah, I will time my commentary in between bites of the most fantastic bacon sandwich that I've now been given. No, I think he got probably just outside off stump there. So I would have thought that we must be one of the younger teams in the league. When you look at our players, we have got quite a lot of pretty young players, especially when Gus comes back as well.
Not when Nick Rivet's on the side last
Well, no, well obviously Rivet is going to affect that in a bad way.
counts as 2 players, really.
Yeah. So we've got their overseas coming back on soon, if not now. Yes, so the overseas coming back on now. Bowled very, very well. In fact, all 3 of their spinners have bowled pretty well. One of the fantastic things about cricket as a game is how you can go off like a steam train like we did and then get reeled back in like we have been. You know, about 4.5 runs and over sort of thing. But then we can, if we fire for the last 20 overs, we can take it away from them again. So I'd say it's evenly poised, this game at the moment, because we're certainly not smashing it to all parts at the moment. Touch and go. Well fielded. Excellent piece of fielding here. Mr. Aris fielding it long on. Yes, George has gone the other way. That's gone straight into the pavilion for 6. It's a wonderful shot from George. That's 50 for George. Very well batted. Very well batted. He's got there very easily, actually. Very, very nice innings. Well done, George. Now score another 50.
Another 50. That's 3. It's like London buses.
It's the post-COVID era, Matt. Oh, thank you, Paul. Apparently there was a game Arsenal Spurs during the week. Must have missed that one. But thanks for pointing it out. I'll no doubt, I don't know how it went, but I'll look back on the tape and see how we did.
Your VHS might chewed that tape up. There will be a single there.
Good, well run.
I'm amazed. People don't hurt their fingers more really in this game. It just gets hit so hard, the ball does. and they just seem to stop it and not even really shake their hand. I know people do injure their fingers, but
I can assure you that as you get older, it hurts more. Because you tend not to find the middle of your hand quite like you used to when you were a young man. He's really tossed that up there. That was a have a go if you want to delivery, and George showed remarkable resilience and restraint.
oh, ooh. Slice there.
Yep, that wasn't the prettiest of shots.
Dropped short of the fielder though, thankfully. We've had some extraordinary games against Great Brickhill in the past, where we had a 320 run tie, and last season Loz had to hit 6 off the final ball of the innings to win. So
Yeah. Ooh. Ted's coming. That's a
oh,
lovely
that-
shot.
yeah.
That's a lovely shot from Luke Merslin. Absolutely lovely shot. Here comes Ted. Evenly poised, isn't it, Ted, at the moment, wouldn't you say?
You've got orange juice.
Yeah, we've been. Mrs. Bowden has been looking after us fantastically. Yeah, no, we're doing very well, thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
Evenly poised, Ted.
Yeah,
What total would you be looking at? 270?
well, that's a big ask, isn't it?
Well, it is, but
Nice if you can get there.
yeah,
Big ask.
but you normally look to double your total around about 30. Yeah.
The spinners, their spinners are going to play a crucial part.
Yes.
How many we get.
Mm.
I think we fancy the seamers towards the end of the innings. They've only got 5 each, haven't they?
Yes. Yeah. So it depends how many more spinners they've got in their hands, but obviously we're very limited on our spin.
Absolutely. Until our friend arrives.
Yep. So let's see. But at the moment we think that 270 would be a good score, with a bit of variable bounce.
Yeah, I'd settle for 240,
240, 250.
250. 250.
Okay, they got some batting.
This
But-
guy's a proper spinner, isn't he?
Yes, he's good. He's good. Very good. Very impressed with them. Very impressed with the overseas. But we got 7 wickets in hand. That's the key.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll use a 6th bowler or just the 5 that they've used already?
Depends if they got any more spinners. If they got someone else that's an adequate spinner, they may see if he comes on, whether he goes. That's actually very well placed because he's just tugged across that. He's actually on purpose hit that there. Yes, thank you, Ted. Thanks for your insight. No, he as he came down the wicket, he didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but he knew that there was a gap at wide mid on, in between wide mid on and mid wicket, and he just rolled his wrists on it slightly. A little bit like a disguised pass in hockey. Excellent bacon sandwich.
Very thin slices of bacon, but crispy. Reverse sweep again.
That's gone very, very fine. I would say we could be running 4 here.
It might go for 4. It's not going to go for 4, but they're going to run 3.
George is tired. I think George judged it and decided it wasn't on. George judged it and decided it wasn't on.
I think if they get after the overseas a bit and get smashed around for 12 or 14 and over, you think they'll bring a seamer back on sooner?
Well, they might do. I mean, we're at the stage now where we need to be accelerating. We've got the wickets in hand. Ooh. So every batsman's got to start. Very good batting from Luke. This is very good batting because he knows this is their most dangerous bowler probably, and he knows he's got a limited number of overs, so he's not taking any risks. Wait for the bad boys, no need to panic yet.
7
Eight-
off that over. You've got to be
yeah.
happy with that at this stage.
18 overs to go, 159 for 3. It is evenly poised, but I'd say that we have the potential to take this away from them.
George switching back to his hammer. It does look like there's a seam coming back on.
Yes, this will be a very interesting part of the game. What are the bowlers bowled, Matt? Can you just have a look and tell me what numbers of overs?
Just here.
So Jude's
now
bowled all
out.
his.
Yeah.
So 6, 6 and 5 and 6. So unless they have another bowler, the bowlers that we've already seen, they're going to have to finish it all off.
This is Lawrence Snooks back in.
He's absolutely smashed that. He's very upset. George will be very upset about that because he was trying to guide that down to third man. So the second of last week's heroes strides to the wicket to join the other one. So we have our 2 guys from last week out there batting together again. Let's just hope they just carry on.
In a better position than we were last week. It was something like
Definitely a better position. Well batted, George. That's a fine
27
innings.
for 4.
He will be very disappointed about that. So all of our batsmen have had a start, really.
Yeah, all into double figures. Eric will be a bit nervous here, no doubt. Wind's just picking up a little bit.
Yep.
Stiffer breeze.
Yep, my bacon butter's nearly being blown over and it's piece of kitchen roll. Everett very rarely wears a helmet, so he's out there without a helmet on.
So I've got Paul Fowler out roving reporter today. I've got one of his videos that I'll play in a second or two. I'm just going to get it off my phone.
Hi there, how are you? Wonderful.
Good stop by the fielder there.
Yep, that would have been 4 if he'd missed that, because I think that would have found the gap between third man and extra cover.
go. Eric's still yet to get off the mark. That's the end of that over. I have an update from Paul. It's 30 seconds long, so probably got enough time. I'm going to push it in, and here's an update from the fours.
Hi Matt, hi Bear. Update here on Oxford Downs threes playing Abingdon Vales threes in the lovely grounds here of Coathorpe School. Bit of a delayed start. A couple of early chances, a missed stumping. Wildman thought he got his man, but it wasn't given. There was a sharp chance that went through the slips, a bit high for first slip to take that. But at the moment they have Abingdon Vale for 20 for 1, the breakthrough coming. Pete Bellow getting the wicket, fine catch. Didn't quite see who it was in the gully region. I'll give you some more updates as I can.
Thanks for that, Paul. Didn't miss a lot here, just a dot ball. So Abingdon Vale there batting, and they are 20 for 1 from 6 overs. Paul will also be going to see the fours as well. The threes at Coathorpe today and the fours at Freeland.
How many overs is?
You can ask me how many overs in each of those. There's either 45 or...
No, how many overs? How many overs left this fellow?
This is his 7th over, I think.
Okay. Because he's bowled very well.
Yes, he's in his 7th over, so 3 more after this.
Very well played. Hi there, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, hopefully that clip worked. I couldn't actually hear what Paul said, unfortunately. Got to work out how to feed it back through the cam so I can hear it as the clip is playing, but there was definitely some audio, so hopefully that was the audio associated with the video clip.
Otherwise, you've got something from Matt's dodgy inbox.
Or a lot of hiss or something like that.
Something from the Houses of Commons that's just slipped onto Matt's inbox.
So 15 overs left to go here. Lawrence Snooks to continue. Ooh. That's a great surname, isn't it? Snooks.
I like it.
Can't say I've never met a snooker before.
No.
Hopefully he won't snooker us today.
This is not spooks. That would be spooky.
He's hitting the deck pretty hard there. Eric still with just a cap on. So an update from the twos. Bledlow Village 71 for 2 off 17. Thanks for that, Simon. If you wanted to send a video report in, just message it me any way you want to with your iPhone like Paul did. That looks like a no ball. Is that a free hit?
No, we have a free hit.
Hey!
Perhaps, Simon, you can tell us if your son is bowling yet and what he's up to, whether he's ripping through them.
Captain Costley is padded up.
Yes, talking to his mum, I believe.
I imagine he's going to come
Getting some
through.
inspiration from his mother, who had to smash the ball all over the place.
Big swing and a miss. It will be a bye.
Yep, well run. Very well run, Eric. That's not going to please Johnny Cater very much. Wicketkeepers hate giving away byes, even when it's not really their fault. Looks like he's hurt his finger a little bit. But he's tough.
He's the county wicketkeeper.
Yep,
is he?
county wicketkeeper, county captain, Johnny Cater, legend.
For Oxfordshire, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah. Another leg bye this
It's
time.
causing Eric one or two problems, this chap.
Eric wants a helmet on, really do.
And sometimes people just don't feel comfortable in them.
They feel less comfortable with the ball in the chops. I know what you mean. You can definitely see a lot better with a helmet on, but this guy's bowling at pace, you know.
Yeah, so Simon is not interested in how his son's performing because he wants to sit and drink and watch Nottingham Forest attempt to get into the Premier League. I understand. When you've had decades in the wilderness as a football club, and there's a chance of getting back in the big time, I understand. We understand you, Simon. Nick Rivet has taken the wicket for the second team. The ageless Nick Rivet. On his way to foreign climes in the not too distant future. So it's 164 for 4.
Mazin really taking off from where he left off last week, really.
So all season he's just been a complete run machine.
Just very calm at the crease.
All those years of inspiration, listening to his father telling him how to play the cover drive. I do remember Luke playing here in a cricket match with his sister, and I have to say his sister's a very fine player as well. Hello, darling.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
So your husband's gone off in his yellow kit on his bicycle?
Oh, is that where he's gone? Matthew says, front door's locked. Dad's obviously out.
Yeah, cycling.
Back door's open.
Yeah, he's cycling. He's doing his fitness thing.
Oh, okay. Good, good.
Big stride forward there.
This is his 8th over, yeah? Mavin's 8 over, yes.
Midfielder every time here.
Just a little bit of pressure beginning to build on Luke here. Just a tiny bit. Just hope he doesn't need to do anything silly.
Never a catch opportunity there.
Yeah, lots of shots to catch it because the ball was in the air, but it wasn't in the air in a very dangerous place.
Come on, Eric, get off this this round number.
How many balls? Do we know how many balls Eric's faced? Can we tell that from?
So, yeah, 6 balls.
Six balls, not out so far for Eric. That one ripped.
He has been scoring. There has been scores off those balls though. There was 2 leg byes and
They just don't count to him.
that I get more. That I do get. They shouldn't go to the batsman.
No.
But I think leg byes should count against the bowler.
So I was talking to someone the other day, interestingly, saying, if you edge the ball and it goes onto your pads, and it would have gone onto the stumps, why is that still not LBW? And from a logical point of view, your pad has still stopped the ball from hitting the stumps.
That's very true.
2 more overs to deal with from Navi.
Chesham's still not lost a wicket. Although they're not going along at a screamingly
Yes,
high run rate, but
it looks like it's quite a hard day for Tame at the moment. More spin coming on, I think.
different bowler.
Back to spin.
It's the 5th bowler from the other end, is it? Or is it
I think he bowled a couple of overs this end.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's Marcus, isn't
Yeah.
it?
That's a lovely shot. It's a wonderful shot. Total control, that shot. Very good shot.
I think he might chase these. How many overs has he got left? This is his 7th over, so I'll chase these 4 overs left. Well, 3 and a bit overs left of Marcus's. I wouldn't be surprised. So we can sit back and relax a bit now that boundary's come off the first ball.
He's got a kiss from Simon Davies. Thank you very much, Simon. That means a lot. Yeah, the reverse sweep is definitely on,
Yeah, no,
because there is no fielder backward of square at all on the offside.
he nearly got it completely wrong though. Two good comeback balls there.
Yep, certainly was. What's going on? Has the tide come in? All of a sudden the ball is ripping, bouncing, spitting. That's a good shot. Nicely timed by Luke.
Brings Eric to strike. One ball left of this over. Go on, Eric, get off the mark. Oh yes, and he does.
Good use of the feet to turn a full toss into a bigger full toss, and then hog the strike. Well counted as well, Eric. So 37 overs gone, 172 for 4. Wickets in hand, absolutely key.
Still the big hit of Tom
We've got some
Cosley to come
strikers to come in. We've got Prav, who
Prav
batted
and
very
Matt
well
Walker
last
as
week. Prav batted very well last week. All these guys know their job.
Frankie can prove that he can hit a 6.
Yes, I wasn't here on Sunday. Obviously, I was watching Arsenal this time on Sunday. But tell me, was that a good atmosphere down here for the Village Knockout?
Sorry?
Good
Sorry,
atmosphere for the Village
yes,
Knockout?
yeah, no, brilliant. We took 1,600 quid on the bar, just absolutely heaving down
Fantastic.
here. So yeah, it's a nice close
And
game.
do we know who we got in the next round?
We do. Minster Level away next week tomorrow.
Oh, right. Are we taking the roving comms to that?
No, we won't be. I'll be cycling there and
Oh, I see.
stopping in.
There's that. What is that lovely Thai food pub on the crossroads?
He's been given.
Didn't look like Eric was going to walk to that. I think it looked like he certainly edged it. I think everyone thought he edged it, and the umpire certainly thought he edged it. And whether Eric was just hoping he hadn't edged it.
I didn't hear a noise.
No, I think I did. I thought the only thing that could have been that he might have just flicked his pad with his bat.
Eric's not shaking his head, so
Time for Captain Courageous now. It's always entertaining when Tom Costi comes. And Prav is walking back to the pavilion to get his kit on.
better run, Prav.
I wouldn't say he's striding purposefully back to the pavilion. Is as with Prav, everything is done in a casual sort of way.
Because it will be Matt Warner and then him, I would imagine.
Well, we've got Nick Stewart online. Glad to have you with us, Nick.
Just hoping to see Tom bat. Yeah, Tom fell to a very sharp catch by Mark Nelson. You can rewind it on the feed and have a look at it.
It was a good catch,
catch.
and it wasn't as you might if you see Tom Cosford caught, you might assume that it was on the boundary somewhere, but no, not at all. He was playing a conventional defensive shot. It was a very, very good slip catch. Thank you very much for my lunch. That was a lovely surprise. Thank you. I don't want you to think you have to bake all afternoon to make us cake for tea or anything like that. Very kind of you. Not just yet.
Yeah, you're all right, as long as you're quick.
Yeah, we'll just wait for the next ball.
I'll wait for the next ball then.
We've already had one member of the comms walk behind the bowlers on. It doesn't matter as long as they're not bowling.
Just wait for him to bowl, and then as soon as he's hit the ball, move. I'm just briefing my lovely wife on when to walk and when not to walk.
That's a wide.
There you go, you walk now. So I think that was Lawrence Smook's first wicket.
Yes, another catch for Johnny Cater.
Oh, that could be out. That is out. Kept low. Seam attack doing the business now.
It is. It's a little bit unfortunate. So they're definitely fighting back now, Brickhill. That looked fairly adjacent to me.
It just looked out, didn't it?
So time for a little bit of consolidation required.
Matt Warner coming in. Shouldn't have come that far. Caroline here of the Shanks Lip Trot stand. Just the two seats there today.
Whose lovely husband Alan stole my hat on day one of our Twin Town Challenge Tour. I'm not holding it against him in any way, shape or form, but vengeance is best served cold.
Come on, Matt. Just over the top there, well left. Hit straight to the fielder on the offside. No run. Just one to come. A leg by to finish the over.
Yeah, we need to consolidate now. The game has swayed a little bit back in their direction. We've still got 13 overs, and we've still got batsmen that can strike it.
Double wicket over, always a killer.
Yeah.
What would you take now? 220, I think I would take.
No, No, I'd still want 250 from here. 13 overs. There's a lot of batting.
Well, just 11 overs left.
Yeah. 12.
Oh,
No, 11 now.
scoreboard
Yeah,
as well.
scoreboard's on. So 11. I still say 250.
I think I'd smacked your hand off at 240 now, I think. No problem. Bit of bounce there. That Warner is due a score, that's for certain. Chip that over, it's okay, it's over the fielder. And won't quite go for 4. A dive at the boundary.
Oh dear.
Yeah, midfield.
Oh, he's
Easily.
not going to be very happy
No.
about that, Johnny Cater, at all. His head's down, his hands on his pads. That's not what you want. Just that little bit of a misfield lets the batting side just off the hook a bit, because we're just beginning to find the pressure.
Never 4 runs really there.
No,
Looked like me fielding on the boundary.
no, not at all, mate. You're very, very athletic and useful.
Thing is with spin, you get through that over so quickly, don't they?
They do, and spin has been the turning point of this game so far. Definitely.
Well, the seamers have taken the majority of the wickets.
But the pressure was applied by the spinners,
you're
really.
right. Yeah, 4 wickets taken by the seamers and just 2.
Yeah.
Fielding, has that just signalled another power play there for the last 10 overs? Fielding power play, isn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That didn't bounce very high.
No, it did not.
Once again, the pitch looking a little too paced. That's a lovely shot. We've got a sweeper out there now, but it was a lovely shot. Matt's looked in pretty good form, actually. Looked in good nick.
Field moves out a bit for Luke, as much as it can.
What a catch. What a catch from Johnny Cater. That was a brilliant delivery as well. That absolutely flew off the inside edge. That was a top delivery and a top catch from Johnny C.
There's a little bit of trouble now. 7th wicket going down. Just got to make sure we bat these last 9 overs.
Well, I think we're going to have some entertainment because Prav's going out.
There's no need to hurry.
No.
Well batted though, Luke Maslin for 30 there.
Very well batted from Luke. Very, very good catch. That's 3 catches for Johnny Cater now, isn't it?
I don't even know what part. I think it just came off the.
That's
top.
inside edge,
Was it
sort of, yeah,
top
inside edge, yeah.
It looked to me.
It was an excellent catch because the inside edge is the hardest catches for keepers to take.
So Paul, by the look of it, has just arrived at the fours at Freeland.
Oh, here's Alan. Thought you'd be wearing my Twin Town hat. That was a long cycle. How many miles have you just cycled? 12, well done. That's justified a couple of tins of Stella.
Yes, we've lost 3 wickets in the last 3 overs, which makes a big difference. So one of these is down for an LBW. Oh yeah,
Yeah, Tom.
Tom. Yes, it was Tommy. I looked at the scoreboard for some reason. I read Luke Madden in there. It was definitely caught. So 9 overs left. I think your 250 is looking very ambitious
Yep,
here now.
it is now, but stranger things have happened. So that overs right, is it 41 overs now? 41, so
Yeah.
9 overs.
Who's opened the bar? So the bar will be opened in a couple of minutes. Bear's dropped an olive.
3 olives.
No juggling.
The only problem with my olives is that they're not in the middle of a martini. That would be very civilised. It's a well-timed shot.
When it gets off. Oh no, it was off the mark. 7.
So, time for a bit of Prav action. Oh,
Should have had that one for breakfast.
he
Really,
could
shouldn't
he could have cross-batted that, but it's early in his innings. That's a good shot for 1. Good shot for 1. Controlled shot.
Be nice for this tail to wag.
Club chairman approaching. What an honour.
George with his 50.
Well batted, George.
Yeah, well done, George.
They've been Johnny Cater's taken some catches today, hasn't he? Hello, Tom, club chairman. Do you want to say anything for the comms? Where do you see it? Do you think 240 now would be a very good score?
240 would be good.
Olives on the floor though, so if he likes olives, he can eat them.
I still think we can get 250.
Crowd
The
striking.
wicket is challenging, I would say.
That was a good catch
That's
by
a
Johnny Kay to that
courageous
last catch, I have to
estimate,
say.
I think, of 250.
Off the inside edge, off Mazza's inside edge.
Could get going. But yeah, the wicket
The bounce is variable.
is definitely variable.
How many catches has Johnny got?
3, is it?
Last
Was
one
it?
was getting Mazza up. 3. Is this their opening bowl? Changed that. Cam?
I think it might be. Yeah, please do. Have some coconut as well.
Very helpful. I changed the
Well, do you know?
quality, but
Well, it was, but I was doing really well. But then the lovely Mrs. Bowden brought me out a bacon sandwich, which just ruined the whole thing. So a bit of variable bounce out there, George.
Yeah, they're all well. It's turning and stopping a little bit.
Do you think you may? Do you think you may have a role to play with the ball today, George?
Me? Better please behave. Sunday bowling's fine.
So we've had the lovely Mrs. Sandbach Senior, or as I say, the current Mrs. Sandbach Senior, in the comms box telling us about the lovely pasta lunch she's prepared for you all.
Chicken pasta with
Chicken-
crisps on top. And a Mars bar.
And Ted explained how the reason why he's wearing a very lairish check shirt is because he'd managed to tip sauce all over his blue one that he was wearing earlier on today. So we've had all sort of excitement in the comms box. Simon Davey is refusing to watch any cricket because he believes that Nottingham Forest might get into the Premier League, so he's watching the playoffs today, which I think is very poor.
Do you know how the twos are getting on?
Yeah, well, yes, Riv's got one, Ollie's got one, and we're about to get it was 71 to 70, but it's moved on quite a long way since then. And I don't think we're going to get a report from Fowler. He's just doing the local games. Cheapers.
Yeah,
So there's a bit of lift there.
Good for us
But-
when Crab comes into bowl.
Yes, I think so. It was interesting from one of the comms members walking behind the bowler's arm when Freddie was batting, which we thought was quite amusing.
Very average.
Got Fowler to do that 5 or 6 more times.
Shot. Oh.
Maiden over. Probably not what we were looking for there with your target chairman of 250.
105 for 2 at Bradley.
Yep, thank you, Simon. You're getting nervous, Simon. Tell us about the nerves of trying to get back into the Premier League, if you would. Does it sort of rank along with the nerves of trying to get into the top 4?
No, I haven't got one. Costly, I think.
Duck.
Hi, Thomas.
Captain's just walked past, very grumpy, grumpy, with the 4 Vs.
Have you talked about the Arsenal result on the comms yet?
Apparently there was a game during the week, a North London derby, which I wasn't aware of, so I don't, no spoilers please. I'm going to go back and look at the video and see what happened. Well, I spent 35 minutes this morning watching what I thought was the final of a women's T20 blast competition. Found out it was 3 years ago.
You need a hobby.
which was which was interesting.
Run.
Henry got an important game this afternoon, Tom?
He hasn't. He's on a
Geography field trip.
geography field.
Is he? That's code for snogging, isn't it?
Snoggy field trip.
So-
Only boys on the trip, so
Well, could possibly comment.
Take the final.
Do you mean he's missing a proper cricket match to go on a geography field trip? Who on earth's in charge of that school? I thought Alan Duncan was.
Lovely shot.
That's a lovely shot. So Alan Duncan, you won't be listening, but if you get a chance to, someone pass this on to you, could you explain why your cricketers are being allowed to go on geography field trips on a Saturday afternoon?
Although they hammered Teddy's on Thursday.
Teddy's aren't the school they were. Only joking, current Teddy's parents.
Oh, two. Well done.
That's good fielding, good cricket.
You'll know Cheshire 200 for North.
Yeah, Tamer getting some mileage done. I was going to talk to you, George. Freddie's little first cousin, Andrew, plays for Bradfield College First 11, who've just annihilated Cheltenham, apparently. I don't know what's happened to Cheltenham cricket. Is there anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, Cheltenham, I think, are very poor in the last few years. I think Mark Bryson clearly will admit that. I'm not quite sure what the reason is. I think school.
Well, I know that Freddie had some fruity occasions against them when he was in the First 11.
I think it changes, isn't it? Each year, 5-year cycle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the academic stuff at Cheltenham's taken over and the sports become a bit less important. Same as happened with rackets and other sports there.
Yeah.
No, not ideal. There's always a couple of players there, but the rest sort of.
Yeah. Well, Bradfield seem to have a good side this year, certainly. Zach Lion Cachet's in the team.
I went to watch Charterhouse play Eton at Charterhouse.
Yeah.
Eton have 3 players who are bowling low 80s, very quick. And I think they're all contracted.
What were you doing? What were you doing watching that game? Just a matter of interest.
Chris teaches at
That's a
Charterhouse.
lovely shot.
So I went to see Chris. I was playing just around the corner.
Oh yes, of course he is. Yeah.
Guildford.
Okay.
Going there tomorrow as well. See Chris. They've got a sports day.
Cool.
Or prep school sports day. That's nice there. Good deck there. Nice football pitch
I'm
there.
trying to think if I've ever played there in the Cricketer Cup. Actually, I don't think I have.
We played there a few years ago.
Yeah.
Long walk to the pavilion. That's the only issue. Long walk. That's a.
He's dropped him. That's okay. That's a dropped catch at mid-wicket, which he would have expected to have taken.
From their captain.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're captain, you've got so many things to think of, you forget about fielding. Been there several times.
Johnny Cater not looking too happy.
One thing you can always guarantee with JC is that he will let you know when he's not happy.
Yeah, he's not shy.
Oh my word!
That's gone left. That's gone the offside.
Well, I have to say, although I think it was the spinners that put the brakes on us, the pitch appears to be getting harder to bat on from a seam point of view as we go through. Because I was a little bit concerned that their spinners were the main protagonists and that we didn't have, apart from you, George, that much spin available. But now that they've got their pace guys back on, it seems that there's plenty in there. Oh, hello. He's given a wide for that. I don't think Johnny's seen that, has he? Otherwise he would be fuming.
How many extras are they on here? They're on 22 extras. Oh, that's a great ball. I've just missed that there.
Yep. I think Prav just played down the wrong line. I don't think it's that easy to bat on.
Is that nice iced coffee or?
That's just my that was a normal coffee about 3 hours ago. That is now I'm putting in my used tissues into.
Getting through them.
I've got six packets of tissues to deal with my snotty nose on comms. Let's hit that hard.
Just the one.
Fielded very well down here. I think it's unfair for him to be here. They should have a taller man, and Mazza would have gone very early in his innings. He just got it over him. Nerves are being eased significantly by. Oh, thank you. I'm glad we're calming you down, Simon. I don't know what number beer you're on, but I'm assuming that you've had a couple of drinks in celebration of Brian Clough on this important day.
Right, 5 hours left. I'd like to go at 10 and over now from the last. Well, that's going to be tough. 8 and over. It's 40. So that's 2, 3.
Uncle Steve is on. Afternoon, Uncle Steve. Big Tom. Tom Crossman. Any comments on the unbelievable slip catch that you were caught out to?
One in 2 weeks.
That was a good grab. Sticking or not? That's one for the year, I think.
So, 5 overs to go, 194 for 7. Target of, at the very least, 240. Anything over 240 would be a bonus from here.
I'll go 10 short. I'll go 10, 230.
230.
Short boundary, targeted next over, I think is important. 47th over.
We've still got 6 hero from last weekend, Frankie, to come in. We've got 6 hero from last year, Los Brock, to come in. So we have a history of our lowest order scoring significant sixes.
A couple of Carlos bracelets. Oh. Oh, it's doing a lot, isn't it? Doing a lot.
It looked to me as though he took his eye off the ball and chopped on. Just remember that, Prav. Bottle it up and come in and bowl very, very quickly. So, 8th wicket down. 6 hitting superstar hero Frankie strides to the wicket. Prav trudges off to work out how he's going to do exactly the same to their batsmen when they come out.
Well, it's not, but it gives you a lot less flexibility to do other things. But the only way you can do it is to go through the thing and manually go out the package. It would be good.
Maybe there'll be an update next year or something.
Oh, apparently our commentary is very muffled.
Sorry, that was me on mute.
That's probably because George has got his thing on mute and it's in between his legs, probably,
I'm off mute now.
which is why. Hopefully I'm coming across okay.
Soz Stephen? Steve-O?
Uncle Steve.
Just Steve?
So of our, how many people we got online at the moment, Matt? We'll do a poll. We'll see. So our chairman has told us about how his son has been dragged away on a geography field trip instead of playing cricket on a Saturday. Can we have your views on whether we think that's a sensible way to deal with Saturday afternoons, or whether we should be playing cricket on a beautiful day like this? Let's get your views. Always like a poll. It's very important, 28 balls. Johnny Cater should be very pleased with the situation, but he doesn't seem very happy. Perhaps we'll get an interview with him at half time to see how he thought the first 50 overs of the contest went. He's taken 2 great catches, or 3 catches.
Go on, Frankie. Oh.
He's absolutely smashed that. We can also then, we'll have a, I've been wanting to have a poll for a while, but we can have a poll on what people generally think about Frankie's white helmet. Still, from what I can recall, the only white helmet on the circuit at the moment. In fact, probably the only white helmet in existence, probably. Charles Potter has entered near the vicinity of the comms room. That's a very nice shot.
Batsmen nearly collide then, they did. There was a bit of a, you go left, you go right at the middle of the crease.
There was a little bit of
wicket there.
Uncle Steve, could you just tell us that the commentary is now okay? I put the microphone closer to my mouth, and Matt is now back where George was. I mean, it didn't help George had it turned off and in between his legs, which is not really the ideal position for your microphone. In between George's legs is not the ideal position for anything, I would suggest.
I was chuckling, yeah.
Not where you want to be.
Might get through the field there.
That's a great shot. That is a great shot. Beautifully positioned. It just shows you how fast this outfield still is.
So at the interval I'll have an update from the Falls from Paul. He's enjoying a beer at the moment, some Kirin. Never heard of that beer, Paul. He's all right that side. Bowling that in. That brings up the 200 for
The
Downs.
lovely Mrs. Bowden is wandering over to open the bar, so any of you want to come down and have a beer, watch the cricket unfold. Although we are in 4 overs time going to be having Mrs. Sandbatch's delightful cooked lunch. I might stand in the sun for 10 minutes just to
Apparently you're
get my
okay,
days done.
but I'm still a bit quiet. Yeah, I'll turn the volume up a bit.
Or are you just talking about the quality of the commentary there, Steve?
Hopefully that's better. There's one mic, it's a little bit quieter than the other. Something like that. Thank you, Steve. I'm looking forward to getting my new mixer. I'm going to get a new mixer with mics and headphones. I'm still saving up for it. The lovely Bob Belcher donated some money towards it. And yeah, that's my next
Yeah, he's bowled
position
very well.
for the comms. Some of the fielders you can hear in the background there. That's a good stop. Be one
Really
run
good
though.
stop.
So I guess you're going to bowl the last two, eh? Unlikely.
Money against that. That's a good stumping. That's a very good
No
stumping.
dear.
He's had a very good day, Johnny.
Got through Frankie's defence. Bales came off very quickly. Brings Loz Brock to the crease. I think that 240,
Yeah,
250 is a long
definitely.
way off. That's what I said earlier. Downs' tail hasn't really wagged.
Sadly not.
Matt Warner though up to 22, but Loz has been a hero with the bat in the past. Would be nice to see these last 14 balls out. No, more than that. 20. What would be 20 balls left? Yeah, 20 balls left. 3 overs plus 2.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting innings. We did go off like a steam train, then they really clawed it back with the ball. Johnny Caters, has to be said, has had a sensational day behind the stumps.
Uncle Steve saying this chap Warner seems to be very cultured bat. He is. He just hasn't made too many runs recently.
And he is our normal opening bowler, so it's always a bonus when your opening bowler can bat as well.
He is due a score. Unfortunately, I think he's going to run out of balls and partners today. It's very wise batting there by Loz, just seeing those last 2 balls off that over. I know there's no score from them, but it will give Matt the strike at the other end. Quick discussion in the middle about what they're going to do. Just hit boundaries and then it's 5. Simon Davey, Bledlow, Village 140 for 2 off 29 on a bit of a road apparently.
Is that what your son has told you, Simon? Because he's doing some mileage? Or?
For some reason Bledlow Village doesn't conjure up a
I
track
played cricket at Bledlow Village. It's a
flat.
very, very nice place to go. Oh, we have the Keith is coming with his arm in a sling. Poor Keith.
Ooh.
Hello, Keith. Welcome.
That went near the wicket, so they appealed.
The others know that too now.
Not your drinking arm. It is your drinking arm.
It is my drinking.
It is. So how is your left hand coming along?
Well, I hasn't practised yet. This is its first outing. Does this constitute something of a batting collapse? 'Cause you were talking
Well,
250.
Well, I was. At one point, I was talking even more than that. But their bowling has definitely clawed it back.
Yes.
I don't know is the answer. I don't know whether this is a good score or not. I'll tell you in 50 overs of them batting's time.
They have pegged us back, there's no doubt.
Yep.
Slow ball. That's not out. Too high.
It's a lot of appealing. Go and practice using your left arm to drink, Keith.
There will be a run there. It'll only be one. We'll have to face the last two balls at least. Kept that down well. Matt declining the run there off the last ball of the over.
Sure. Loz is very happy about that.
It is interesting at this stage. Would you take the run?
I'd probably take the run. I mean, 2 overs to go.
I know Matt's well set. He is against the spinner, so he just needs to find the gap here.
Well, I think we need 220.
We ain't going to get that.
Don't know.
Well, it did. Yeah, you pegged it back brilliantly.
Really well.
It's doing a bit though, the ball now. Keeping low occasionally.
It's 2 pace, isn't it? Yeah, just short of a length.
Oh, it's through the fielder. It's 4 runs.
That is an absolute disaster. Johnny Cater's doing the double teapot. It's all kicking off out there. I have to say that was a regulation stop at extra cover. I'm still waiting for the ball to get hit to third man so I can say third man when I'm not allowed to. Sorry, did I just say third man? Sorry, listeners.
Bottom edge. Just be one. The throw in. Oz has been suffering from shin splints. Oh, there'll be a single there, that's nice.
Beautifully caressed by Loz.
And that's it. Another piece of sharp work there.
And that is that. That's a very interesting innings, I have to say. Went off like a steam train. Got clawed back. Johnny Cater, stumpings, wickets, catches, you name it. So, that's 208 all out.
Yep, 208 all out.
Well, I don't think anyone would have predicted a score of that after 15 overs.
Were we right with our prediction at tea? Yeah, 2:30 we predicted, and it is 2:30.
Well, at least we got something right. Okay. Well, I have no idea whether that's a winning score, but we do have some very talented bowlers. So let's hope.
Bring up the scorecard. Still waiting on that update from Freeland, so can't play that quite yet. Yes. At least there is 150 in there. George with a nice knock of 59. Top order doing okay, all into double figures, and then just Matt Warner with this tail end of the bat with 28. 22 extras, can't be too happy about that really.
No,
It's a lot of extras
there's a lot of extras.
at this level. And yeah, we'll be off for tea,
Yeah.
we'll be off air
What? And how long does the tea last?
half an hour.
Half an hour.
Yeah, so I'll be back just
Yeah.
before 3 o'clock.
Okay. Cheerio, listeners. Cheerio, Simon. Good luck with the start of your game. I don't know what time it starts, but
If I do get that update from Freeland, I will play it before the start of the second innings. So the bell has been rung.
They've got a bit of money they've got, yeah. Well, yes, and if City retain their money, Man United get more thrown at them.
Well, they will, won't they? Because they're Man United.
Yeah, because they're Man United.
So we're not really.
Here's an update on
Unless Kroenke wakes up and puts value on Arsenal ahead of the LA Rams,
Yeah.
we're always going to be where we are.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I wasn't at all surprised about what happened. There was an air of inevitability, as they said in the Matrix once.
Well, at least he's kept the season alive for
So
Yes.
something interesting.
batsman coming out and the fielders coming out. And yeah, I think Oxford Downs need to get off to a good start here. A couple of
Fast
early
start.
wickets.
Cricket's interrupted the football talk.
Yeah, there's football talk. It's finished.
And we've had a lot of very good football talk, mainly aimed at how rubbish Arsenal are in North London derbies. But we can get over that.
So I have got an update from the fours, just come through now. Just waiting for the video to download, and then I will play it at a suitable point. So will be Loz opening the bowling to Mark Nelson.
Hello, Mazza.
As is just moving the sight screen. Yeah, you really want to get Mark Nelson out early. Oxford Downs will. He has a knack of hitting the ball very hard.
Excuse me, still coughing slightly. It's been a very pleasant lunchtime. We've been chatting with Johnny Cater, with Chris Clements, the guru of Oxfordshire cricket, old Mr. Brooks. Been sort of putting the world to right about the old game compared with the modern game, etc., etc., etc. And I think we all decided that Downs have the bowlers to exploit this wicket. It's a question of whether they actually do it. So how are we on? We got people tuning in for this crucial first 15 over period.
Yeah, it's down to 10 viewers, but that always happens during the break. It does. And there's the first ball.
Mukesh has got all 4 wickets at Freeland.
Well, hey. Yeah, spiking back up. 15 viewers and climbing. 16 viewers and climbing. Ooh.
Don't forget, if you're tuning in for the first time today, please send us a message so that we can welcome you formally.
I did actually send a message there. I had to dash off during the break to collect my daughter from horse riding, and I didn't think I was going to quite make it back.
You timed it to perfection, Matt.
Well, yeah, it's very lucky. It's fortunate one of her stable mates took over detacking a horse, because I said we had to go. Rolls into bowl.
Is that a word? Detacking?
Detacking. I just made it up. I have no idea.
I've never heard that word,
Well,
detacking.
You tack up a horse.
Well,
to
do you?
take
Do
it
you?
out. Yes.
Well, wouldn't it be tacked down?
Well, detacking sounds fine.
If any of you listeners know what the proper word for taking all the tack off a horse is, please let us know. Detacking sounds
Tacking down.
sounds like deflowering to me, and it's getting we're getting a bit risque there, aren't we?
And that's through the field, 4 runs.
That was a beautiful shot. Not the shot that we wanted to see. Kind of was a half volley, right on off stump.
Could be 4 more as well. Was off the bat. No third man. 4 runs. Mark gets off to a good start here, it's going to be a very difficult total to defend.
Stop being miserable, Matt.
I'm sorry. And I think that's going to be 4 more. There is absolutely nobody over there. Yeah, 4 more.
Yeah, we had a start like this, though. Don't forget. This is definitely a pitch you have to hit. You have to hit this pitch.
So I'm just going to go over to
Hi Matt, here's an update on Oxford Downs Falls over at Freeland. Freeland are batting currently. They are 153 for 4 from 32 overs. And Mukesh has picked up all 4 wickets so far. Tight game. Not really sure where this is gonna, how this is gonna end up. Next few overs, pretty crucial, I think.
Thanks very much for that update, Paul. Mukesh with all 4 wickets. Could do with 4 wickets here. Prav, bit of a change in the normal opening bowling. Prav will open the bowling today with Loz.
This is going to be a key part of this because Prav does hit the pitch. I'm expecting him to be quite a handful on this.
That's the sight screen moved. For a pint of cider during the break. Not often I have a cider.
Was it nice?
I haven't quite,
Is it nice?
I've only had half a pint because then I remembered I had to go and collect my daughter from horse riding. So, fortunately, the wife reminded me because I would have completely forgot. I would have been in big trouble. Go on, Prav. That's speedy. Not out.
Nope.
Long way forward.
Enough runs? Not enough runs?
Yeah, true, yeah.
Come on, Prav.
Where would they be without Wills's instructions?
Where did you get that from? That bossiness. Yep. Prav is steaming up. I think he could be a handful. A very underrated bowler, Prav.
Loz inside the circle and pushes Matt out.
Interesting.
To a kind of hook.
It's almost like he's anticipating a short ball.
Yeah. How many are allowed to bowl an over? Just 1, is it? Yes, that is short and into the helmet. We'll have a look at the pitch there.
Nasty one. Now he has to change his helmet, I believe.
Is that the rule, is it?
Yep, you can only be hit on the helmet once. He should change it.
Doesn't look like he's going to change it. And umpire has a look, bit of a look at the pitch.
Shouldn't be any interest to the umpire of the pitch.
I think maybe he's wandering down just to check the batsman was all right.
Hope so. That's out.
Is that out?
That's got to be very, very close. Oh my word. Oh my word. Well, I can tell you one thing for certain, it wasn't going over because it's hitting right on the toe. I think Prav has made it pretty clear what he thought that was, and that was out as he struts back to deep extra cover.
Gary's a good umpire, so I think it was missing. But a good shout.
Doesn't matter. It's in the book. It's not out.
That's a maiden. And pretty hostile maiden at that.
It's good. I think we've got some promise there with Prav.
Shame he's only got 9 more overs. Not that he could bowl more than about 6 in a spell, I don't think. That's got to hurt.
That looked quite close, that LB, Ted, going down the leg side.
I was in the kitchen, I didn't see it outside.
Ted was raising the kitchen. Having your third helping of pasta, were you, Ted?
No, not at all. Just watching out, old boy. Don't understand why they got what a fine leg. And two forwards went down to fine leg, yeah?
Well,
did, yes.
I can only assume that he's been instructed to bowl outside the off stump.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I would do right now, Ted, is bring Loz off and bring myself on as captain from this end, because this is the pitch you've got to hit, as opposed to a pitch that you.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, and the 2 bowlers we have that do that are Costley and Prav.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would probably,
Captain Courageous.
because we need to get 2, possibly 3 wickets.
Nelson out quick,
Yeah.
early, don't we?
Yeah.
But, you know, we only need 2 outside the ring. We've got 2, haven't we? So
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
George has got outside the ring.
Yeah.
Nelson not.
He's hidden away in the trees over there.
But it's a very tight line. It's got to bowl outside off stump.
Yeah, with that in field, he has to bowl outside leg stump. He can't bowl straight.
Off stump, outside off stump. Yeah. Who's backing up?
Where's the backer up?
Should have been George, technically.
Moved, didn't he? Could have been 5.
He knew that Frankie wasn't going to miss
That
it.
could have been 5. 1 run, 4 overthrows. 4 buzzers.
Apparently there's been a wicket at the Falls. I have got an update from Paul. I'll see whether I can get that on between overs.
Now, what's he doing now with this field?
Quick update here for quick update.
Ah,
Hang on, I've only got 1 outside the circle, have we? Oh, I've got 2. Have we? No, 1. Where's the other one? Oh, a short third man is outside, is he?
just one from that Loz over.
We didn't get our 250, did we? As I wanted.
Just looking at 300 at one point.
Right, see you going round.
See you, Teddy.
Yep, see you, Ted. Come on, Prav, another over like the last one. This time with a W in the column, please. Not
Yes.
a little W, a big W.
Yes.
shot ball. Got over the top of that very well. There'll be a couple here. Another single there. Off his hip.
You on? We show.
Yeah, I'm going to show this clip in a second once I've managed to, because Paul's using an iPhone. If you want a quick technical thing, that they come as MOVs, and
Oh yes, no, I thought you were going to say that.
Only plays MP4, so I've got to convert them from a MOV to an MP4 before I can play it. And for some reason, it's not playing ball. The other two play ball perfectly, but. Convert it for some reason, so we'll just stay here for the
I think
moment.
it's fair to say this batsman is not enjoying this. Prav is really quite intimidating at the moment.
Oh, there you go. It is working now. It's just me being impatient. So at the end of the next over, I'll pass over to Paul Fowler at Freeland again. Direct hit will be out.
That was very, very close. That would have been a massive point in the game, because
that would have been Nelson out.
Yeah.
Come on, Prav. Get this breakthrough. End of that over. So I'll hand over to Paul.
Quick update here from Freeland, where Oxford Downs 4s are playing. Currently Freeland are 162 for 5 now from their 35 overs. Stevie Roberts with a breakthrough there, breaking quite a long-standing partnership. So turnovers to go. Be interesting to see how this one turns out. Speak soon.
Thanks very much for that, Paul, and I've just got an update on the score. Freeland are 178 for 5 after 37. I think that's a 45 over game. I think it's 45 overs, it's either 40 or 45 overs.
We really need a wicket.
Three slips.
Okay, that's fine. Much left us for family duties temporarily. was a little bit of a disaster. George dummied Mazza, missed it, and then Mazza missed it as a result of that, and they ended up getting 3. So it has to be said the fielding has the start of the bowling stint has not gone to plan so far. So that 21 for naught, and a good start made by Great Brickhill. It's another misfield. A little bit ragged at the moment, Oxford Downs in the field. Just need to rein it in a little bit, get back on it.
That is very close.
Yeah, it's a very good leave though, because he's going to have to jag it back quite a long way from outside the off stump for that to come back onto the stumps. So I'd say that was quite a good leave. A lot of oohs and ahs, but actually good judgment in my view.
The gospel of
Help yourself to
cricketers
raspberries, Matt.
A raspberry. The
Very
phantom
good.
raspberry blower.
Yes, of old London town. Showing our age there. The 2 Ronnies. So, keep coming. Yep.
Ooh. Off his pad.
That's going to be wide, I suspect, unless he's kicked it.
I think it was off his pad.
Yep, leg buys, good spot. I said while you're away, Matt, we just need to reel this in a little bit. It's not gone to plan the first
No, definitely
5
not.
overs.
They've smacked it around a bit. But you can point out, so did we. Comparison, we were 35 for naught at this stage.
Yep.
But, you know, we know what happens in the future of our innings, but we don't know what happens in the future of this one.
No. The key is wickets here.
But there again, if you look at the DLS score, it's 9 at the end of this over to win the game. But
I don't think that's going to be relevant today.
no, there's definitely no wrestlers in play.
I don't think that hit anything. May have just flipped the pad all the way through. Great delivery, certainly a great delivery, and he's definitely intimidating both these batsmen. What has to happen now is it must be converted into a wicket.
Seemed pretty convinced that was out.
No. If you look at it, I think Tom Cosford indicated he thought it flicked his pad. I'd be alert in the slips though, certainly. He's definitely got him rattled. Definitely got him rattled.
It's not the Mark Nelson you normally see teeing off from ball 1. Although he did get 3 fours in the first over. But 2 of those were...
That wasn't teeing off, those were gifts.
yeah.
Prav is certainly, if I was Prav, I'd be thinking about dropping a short one in there. I think he'd be quite happy to jog up and watch from the other end. We definitely need 2 wickets by the end of 15 overs at least. Crowd's beginning to assemble outside the bar, which is always good to see on a league day in this basking sunshine. Mrs. Dunk Senior, glass of rosé in hand.
That's a shame it was in the air, just between the 2 fielders.
Nothing wrong with that shot. Plenty of space there in the covers. Prav's got to continue to hit the pitch. If he does it in 3 over spells, then that's what he's going to do. That was a blazing shot there. Just let them off the hook there because we had them at the start of that over. This is now beginning to be a very good start for Great Brickhill. Well taken. It's a great take, Frankie. It's a very fast delivery. So that's 33 for naught off 6. That's simply the wrong line. Can't afford to bowl down there when you have no one on the leg side. You missed another one down the leg side, I'm afraid, Matt. Off 2 straight.
That's a 4. Clipped off his legs.
The captain's got to bring himself on here. It's the only thing that can be done.
Brickhill making this look very easy. In a similar way we did at the start of the innings, but
Yep.
that's wide. Push the jabbies back down. See that little bit
Yeah.
of luck, that inside edge onto.
Like Freddie, when Freddie
Yeah,
was
exactly.
out, something like that.
Nelson teed off there, just hit the toe of the bat.
So 43 for naught off 7.
Camera's looking a little bit out of focus. I'll see if
Is
I
it?
can tighten it up a little bit. I've zoomed in a little bit. Yeah, that's sharpened it up. I don't know. Sometimes the focus point on the camera moves, and just by altering the zoom forces the electronics to focus again. No,
Too high. Definitely too high, Prav. Prav getting very excited.
Encouragement coming in. That seemed to pick up the Great Brickhill fielders. It certainly did.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of encouragement going around.
It's about a length, just short of a length. He's certainly charging in, Prav is.
Required rate of just 3 and a bit and over. I think you've got to bowl them out to win the game. They bat the 50 overs.
Well, wickets to start with, certainly. Pleased with this start, Johnny? Sorry? Yeah, yeah.
They're just talking to one of the Great Brickhill players here. Yes, there we go.
It's an absolutely crucial wicket by Prav. Prav well and truly stoked up. Well and truly stoked up. That's a massive wicket. And to be fair, apart from 2 loose balls in the last over, he has absolutely had them. He is steaming in. And now we need another couple of quick ones. But that is a key wicket. Very similar to what happened with us. We went off to a flyer and then got pegged back. And we need to make sure we do the same here.
We are absolutely level pegging.
I think it's fair to say that Prav was very happy about that dismissal.
Yeah, he was.
And we were very happy in the
Yes.
comms box, and Johnny Cate has gone back to get his pads on now. So, commentators curse in negative there. So, commentators positive. I said, "You must be happy with the start, Johnny," and he said, "Touch wood," and then we got a wicket.
Yeah, he actually touched the sight screen.
He did touch the sight screen.
Because our
Yeah.
sight screens are made of wood, and he stroked the sight screen. Bold, Mark Nelson.
Mrs. Bear has arrived.
Oh, all very good. He's a little bit snotty. That was Mrs. Bear coming in through
Just to check out that I am behaving myself, which obviously I'm not.
You didn't have that bacon sandwich earlier.
No, I should be alright about that. I've earned it today.
So that brings Daniel Wood to the crease. Another player without number or name on back of shirt. Some of the Brickhill players have got their name and number. A couple I noticed didn't. Lawrence Snooks didn't have his name or number on his shirt.
I keep wanting to say Snook Doggy Dog, but I don't suppose I'm allowed to.
No, not really. Well, I don't know. It's alright. Snook Doggy Snook, yeah.
I've just wrapped him on the gloves.
Sorry, Lawrence, if you're listening later.
Why hasn't he got his name on? I'd be really upset if I was the only player on the team that didn't have my name
At
on.
least two.
Rather? Yeah. I think that's very unfair.
I guess it's worse if you have the wrong name. I've actually played in a first team game, I have, you know. My shirt has, anyway. When Luke Maslin forgot his shirt.
Yeah.
So there's Matt 77 out there was. Actually, one of the few times one of my shirts looked big on somebody, really.
Well, that was a crucial over. Boy, did they need that. And Prav well and truly pumped. I'd certainly give him another one, possibly two.
Yeah, he's bowled 4. Yeah, it'd be nice just to get a wicket here. Lost to get a wicket, and then you takes the pressure off Prav. What would first change be? I think you've got to bring Captain Fantastic on.
Costley has to come on. Has to bring himself on.
I don't think he'll like
Grab
to do
responsibility.
That's 4. Oh no.
No, that's fine. We've got our 2 speedsters out there.
Good bit of teamwork there. George went to ground, scooped the ball up into Will, back to Frankie.
Well, that's an incredible delivery. That's because he hit the pitch there, and I think that's what the bowlers have to do. They have to come on in quick bursts, and they have to hit the pitch. Because if you hit this pitch, it gives you a little bit of variation in bounce, etc., etc.
Doesn't it tend to shorten the length up if you try?
Yeah, but just short of a length is exactly the length on this pitch, and I think we've been guilty a little bit so far in this innings in our bowling of bowling too full. See, that's too full. It means you can just drive through the ball.
That's pulls out there. Don't know quite why that was. Batsman not ready. Don't know. The batsman doing a bit of gardening. That's through.
It's a lovely shot.
4 runs.
That's not what the crowd wanted.
Still in this initial power play. No.
It's good fielding. Yes, we definitely need Captain Courageous, I think. Captain Fantastic. come in and hit the pitch.
Forest absolutely pummeling Sheffield United, but sadly Bledlow have 380 for 3. That's a big score again, that is.
Pummeling Sheffield United, but is there a score, Simon?
Don't you want it on Match of the Day later? Let's have a quick look, shall we? I would imagine isn't. Oh, it's 1-0 to Forest.
Oh, well done, Forest.
Well, that's just happened.
One more step to being back in the big time, Simon.
10 minutes, yeah.
But our sadly, Bledlow are 380 for 3. That is a phenomenal score. How many overs is that off? 40 odd.
What is it? Threes? Oh, so twos. So it'd be 50 overs. Twos play 50.
That is a big
Threes
score.
and fours, I think 45.
You can come. Yeah. Yeah, no, 'cause they're bowling from the other end. Time for your boy to bring himself on and be Captain Fantastic, I think. Well, yeah, we've got the main guy out, so that's a start.
Another update from Paul Fowler. He's now at Coatsthorpe. T there, so that video on from Paul, thank you. In the end of this over, hopefully.
There's an air of desperation about that shot, I have to say.
Bit of agricultural.
No, well, it was definitely an air of desperation about it. He's definitely hopping about a little bit. So this is Prav's 5th over. I might give him just one more. Be interested to see what Tom does. Whether his plan is to bowl Loz through, in which case he could give Prav one more and come up the far end. That's a good shot. Oh, that's a no ball as well. That's a disaster. That's 4. A lovely shot, by the way, and a free ball.
Ouch.
That could actually make Tom's mind up for him. Have a rest, Prav. And Tom comes on the far end.
There's 2 for a no ball in this as well.
Well, the most important thing is the free ball. Most important thing is the free ball.
2 for a no ball. Why is it 2? Why is it not 1?
So that's the rules. But
I know.
laws, rather. So wide, and the no ball continues.
He moved right across there, though.
It's on height.
Okay. So, Matthew's here.
Senior pros. I think I was suggesting that we could keep Pravov one more over. I think it possibly should come off now, and Tom should bowl himself, because it makes such difference when the pitch is hit. It does things. like that.
Still one more to come. There's 2 no balls in this over and a wide. So this will be
Wickets is what we need.
a 9 ball over.
Lurkers would be totally unplayable on this.
And that's going to be 4. The end of that over. While they go and find the ball, I'm going to hand you over to Paul. Is Paul reporting from Copethorpe, I think?
Hi Matt, back over at Copethorpe now, watching Oxford Downs threes play Abingdon Vale threes. At tea, it's 155 all out, Abingdon Vale. So good spread of wickets, Bello with 2, Thompson 1, Bibby with 2, Gould 1, Van der Vector 1, Weller 1, and then Joe Denton at the end clearing up with 2 for 1. Delighted to be joined by the third team wicketkeeper, Alex Wildman. Alex, how did you think it went this afternoon?
It was very good fun. They're a nice lot to have here at Copethorpe, and the bowlers did well. Ben Denton also got a wicket, as well as his brother Tom, who isn't playing today. But we dropped a few catches, or rather I dropped a couple of catches.
Oh dear.
But hopefully everyone's still talking to me. But people bowled really well all the way through, and it's been very good fun so far. Nice and warm too.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for that, and we'll give you an update a little bit later. Cheers.
Thanks very much for that, Paul.
Do you know what's going on in the other games?
I just got an update from Paul, but I can't actually hear what he says. So we got an update. I think it was at tea. Yeah, the threes were at tea at Copethorpe, and that was for the fours. But the fours have got, Freeland got 178.
So Captain Courageous Tom Costley has come on to bowl. I think that he could be just the bowler for this pitch. So he hits the deck, and he'll get a little bit of variable bounce on it, and he will come in at 110 miles an hour.
Over, and they've got 64 already. I kind of crept up on me for some reason. If you were to ask me, I would have thought they've got 40 something, but it's quite an expensive previous over there. Ooh.
Too many boundary balls have been given away so far. Long way to go in this game, I can assure you.
Need that 2-wicket over. Hat-trick. Hat-trick would be lovely.
Hello, Mrs. Bear. How do you read the game? Katie, that's the bowler's arm. Come here. Welcome to the comms box.
No, it's all right. I can walk behind.
No, you can't. You can't walk behind.
Going to be allowed to walk.
You
What are
can't.
the rules?
We've already had an embarrassing. We've already had an embarrassing moment with one member of the comms box going behind the bowler's arm today, Mr. Badger.
Just about. Just a single.
Right. Time for a wicket, Matt.
Yes.
Right
do you want
now.
up?
Right now.
Sometimes you have to like
Captain Courageous.
go to the loo or something like that. And
Captain Courageous. Here we go.
turn your lucky underpants on the wrong way round.
It's good.
Can I just say that when I arrived, wicket straight away. I'll go away and come back.
Yeah, exactly. Do your Superman in that was a
That was good over.
that was a 5-ball over. That How's a 5-ball over?
Can't have been.
Scorer agrees with me. Oh, they're now deleting some. Okay, there's a dot that they missed there. Yeah, 1 for me over. Prav is going to get his 6 over. I think that is the right decision, even though the last one did get, well, a couple of no balls is a killer really. There's 4 runs automatically with 2 no balls.
Yeah. 1 big effort over.
It's a good ball. No reward.
Fast take from Frankie. Perhaps almost knocking him backwards. How far is Frankie standing back, do you think?
Nearly the length of the wicket again. Probably is the length of the wicket again. 21 yards. I'm not very good with yards. Needs to be metres really.
Four balls and the spell to go. A wicket would be a good way to finish it.
So who they? Well, it'll be Matt Warner, I'd imagine. I haven't seen him warming up yet.
Well, at some point they may try Tom Cosford.
Yeah, I think it might be Tom Cosford next.
After his massive wicket-taking haul last week.
Fleshy bit, yeah. He's. I don't think the thigh pad protected him then. I think that definitely
I
was.
don't wear a thigh pad on your arse. Oh, sorry, on your bottom, on your posterior, on your gluteus maximus, whatever you're allowed to say on the live feed.
Have a nice little purple mark there. Oh, George slipped there. If he hadn't slipped, it wouldn't have been a run, and well, if they would have taken a run, it would have been suicidal, I think. But George slipped. Run rate has slowed down a bit, but still crucially they got those 9 wickets in hand. Really a kiss of death there, but it is only a single. Grab just this one.
It's very quiet out there, really. Needs to be something to spark them into action, like another wicket.
Well, one of the Bledlow village.
That's got him on the forearm. And that's over, and I suspect that's spell.
So the twos, one of the Bledlow village openers, got a double century.
Really?
216 not
Wow.
out.
Who was that?
Chap called, and there's a lot of 6s and 4s in there. H. Bartlett.
So someone's hit. We've got some bowling analyses there. Let's find out which Oxford Downs bowlers got a bit of treatment. You hear that? The Bledlow Ridge opening batsman got a double 100 against our twos.
It's kind of all spread about, really. Nobody getting.
393.
Oh. No, Ethan.
380 for 3, sorry.
Ethan went for 72 off his 5, and Jay Stovall went for 72 off his 5 as well.
Right.
Nick Rivet, 49, went for 49 off 10.
Captain Courageous, cometh the hour, cometh the captain.
No.
We've just crumbled a little bit under the pressure when they put us under pressure in the field a couple of times. Yep. 2 wickets makes a huge difference in a game like this. That's good. It's very tight, very accurate. You've got to continue to hit the pitch.
You want that kind of ball, but it just to keep low or spit up a little bit.
I still think Tom is exactly the right bowler for this pitch, the way he bowls. Not a well, there's a wispy little cloud over there, but essentially it's a cloudless sky. Beautiful.
That looks close.
I think he edged that. Yep, bat first. I think he may have got a little bit of an inside edge on that. I thought I heard 2 noises, but that's exactly the. Perhaps just drag it back a couple, 2 or 3 inches, just a little tiny bit shorter.
Oh, it's cool. Oh, direct hit again would have been out.
Can I just say, excellently backed up by Matt Warner, because that was buzzers written all over it, and that was a brilliant piece of backing up. We've just been unlucky. We had a couple of very near misses on the throws. Will had one early on, didn't he, that would have run him out. They don't. Interesting running they're doing, because they don't actually need to run like that.
Okay.
Matt's been called away to do the tilt. Very important job on a day like this. Warner's on. So bowling change, Prav's off, bowled his 6 overs. Fairly steady over so far, but not overly threatening. Too many misfields so far in this 13 over stint. That's 73 for 1 or 14. Oxford Downs in desperate need of a couple of wickets. See you, Matt. Nice to see you. Good luck with the speech. Sorted out the bar, Matt?
Yeah, the till had gone offline. No idea.
Really?
Just the old. Guess what I did?
Turned it on and turned it off again.
Exactly.
The IT crowd strikes again. We love that. That's just what they wanted. That is a very important wicket. And that's the length as well. Short. You've got to bowl short.
I was just chatting to Mark Nelson in there. He said he will have a circuit later and join us on the comms. Hopefully.
Oh, good. That'd be nice. Matt's going off to make his speech at his rugby club dinner. Get into his tuxedo, no doubt.
That sounds just like a trumpet there. So the new batsman coming in is Austin John. Almost seems that I know a John Austin. I do know a John Austin. He's a regular down here, so there's an Austin John.
There you go.
A couple of great Brickhill players speeding up. So that was the first ball of this Tom Clossley third over at wicket. You've got to be nervous underneath one of those catches because everybody's dead silent and you haven't got to move.
No, I knew he'd catch it. There's never any doubt. Never any doubt.
Yeah.
Never any doubt.
It's one of those where you look ridiculous if it goes straight through your hands or clips your hands.
Everyone has dropped catches. Another left-hander in.
Interesting, as a comparison, we were 77 for 1. It just kind of proves how our innings really tailed off. Oh, Freddie just missed that. That definitely was a chance. I think Bear was looking down at his phone there.
I was. I missed it.
Yeah, he edged it. It was a little bit in front of Freddie, but wasn't to be.
Ooh, it's not going to make the captain very happy.
It would have been reasonably sharp catch. It wasn't a gimme like the previous one was, put it that way. It wasn't right into his midriff. It was down low in front of him.
but it definitely carried.
Yes.
Because I couldn't see because the batsman and the umpire were in between me and Freddie.
Oh, you have one eye on your phone and one eye on the thing.
I could multitask.
Well done. Something interesting that Mark said, he said as the ball got older, it became harder to bat.
Yeah, it certainly appeared like that. Excellent over from Tom.
Wicket maiden. A proper wicket maiden.
Yes.
No leg buys there.
Should have been a double wicket maiden.
Yeah, could have quite easily been a double wicket maiden.
Don't often see Freddie drop catches, to be fair. Mazza, welcome. Yep. Well, we need another couple of wickets, I think. We've been joined by Paul Maslin, father of the run machine that is Luke Maslin.
Yeah, I did. I got him in the kitchen and
Yeah.
That Warner in. Oh, unlucky.
Did you get something on that?
I think. Yeah.
I think he must have got something on. That's a sensational piece of fielding by Will Watts. Yes, we got Johnny Cater to come in still. He's a finisher.
It's well fielded. Even though it come off the ground like that, it can really move around quite
Well,
a
Matt,
bit. Yeah.
Will is one of the best fielders in the team, definitely.
He actually did describe himself last week as a specialist fielder who also bats and bowls.
I think he's doing his batting a little bit down there.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. They've up the fielding a little bit, which is good to see. So that's
unlucky. It nearly hit the stumps at the other end.
That's what you can't do on this pitch. You can't just roll in. You have to hit the pitch. I personally would think it's time to give Tom Cosford a go. Just see, because their spinners definitely made an impact on the game.
The thing is, he doesn't turn it as much as those guys will do. That's another four.
Decisions for the captain. He must be considering bringing Tom Cosford on.
Always a bit disheartening when it's driven straight past you, isn't it?
Well, twice in one over, yes.
It'll just be a single here.
See you later, Paul. Very nice to see you. We'll see you later. Don't forget the Eurovision Song Contest tonight, will you?
I'm trying to forget it, I am. TC looking a little bit on the warm side here. quite the forecast that was forecast. There was meant to be a bit of cloud.
Was there? Well, there's no cloud at all.
There is no cloud. I wonder whether there's still rain forecast tomorrow.
Another great delivery.
Yep, still rain forecast tomorrow, but the rest of the day is going to be sunny. So sunny until sundown. So yeah, please come down for a beer. Bar is open. Oh, you know, a non-alcoholic drink. We do actually have a non-alcoholic draft beer now.
What's it called?
Big Drop. It's a big drop of Big Drop.
Oof.
It's very pleasant actually. It tastes.
He's whipped that off his legs.
Yeah.
That was a big LBW appeal about to happen. That was
If he had no bat on it.
if he had yes, but it was quite a risky shot, I have to say.
Yeah, there's rain forecast most of tomorrow, which is a shame. There is a Sunday game here. Oh, that's going to be 4 buzzers. Not buzzers,
4
leg
runs.
buys.
4 runs, he hit it.
You think he hit?
They got a bottom edge yet.
Oh.
That wasn't a top delivery. Down the leg side, it didn't get much bat in it, but didn't have to because there's absolutely nobody behind on the leg side. So we've just got to get it back here. We just seem to have lost control again over the last couple of overs. That's a much better ball. Oh, had to go to hand, but didn't. It's gone over. That was very risky. I thought that had gone straight to cover, but it hasn't. That's going to make the captain quite cranky, I suspect.
So it looks like George is coming on. It's oh no,
No,
it's
it's not.
Matt. It's Matt Warner. But Frankie is going to stand up. Lucky to get away with that. That was a bit wide. Bit of a slower ball there. I think this pitch suits the slower ball. I guess you do deceive the batsman, don't you? So you can be through the shot before the ball is on you. his hips for a quick single.
Mummy wanted me to tell you that the Wi-Fi over there isn't working. Oxford Downs Wi-Fi.
Is it because we're stealing it here, or shouldn't we? Should it? It's working okay here. That one's going down the leg side. You always tell by where the keeper is on that one. Ooh. That was a chance. That was a chance. Just a sharp chance, caught and bowled, but not easy. 98 for 2 after 18 overs.
I miss any chances, did I?
Just that caught and bowled one then. It's a difficult chance, a very difficult chance.
Yeah, we got an intermittent Wi-Fi problem over at the clubhouse.
Really?
I think. Yeah, but I don't really want to the only solution I have is turn the main router on and off, and that means that everything will go down, including the stream. So I'm a bit reluctant to do that.
Hello, Marky.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Mark Collins, another legend of Oxford Downs, wandering through with his latest girlfriend.
Watch it. They're just about to bowl.
That'll inspire him to get a wicket with this ball now, you watch. Nearly did your job. Hello. How's your electric bike?
I need to get that. Put it back on charge.
Oh, have you? Tom, I think it's fair to say, is bubbling at the moment.
That's not bear panting, by the way. That's
Yeah,
Mark's
sorry, yes.
dog there.
That's a good ball. At the moment, we've just bowled too many 4 balls. That's been our major problem. That's just the length as well. Just the one that keeps a little low.
that's
Sprint
well
for
played.
Freddie.
Yeah, I think that's going to be 4.
He's quite quick,
Right.
Freddie is.
Got it.
That's very good fielding.
Paul Fowler's
A
back
real
in
sprint.
the car park. Sorry there, what was that?
Who's that? Paul Fowler back?
Yeah, he's back.
The roaming reporter has returned.
That brings up the 100 for Great Brickhill. You've got to be pretty happy as how they started. But we said that about Oxford Downs, so
So, but you may now go, Mark, without getting into trouble.
Thank you very much.
Lukey, how are you, matey?
Sorry, I got distracted. I was reading a sign on the side of the side street.
Saying, do not walk.
Warner to continue from the chapel end. That's got to be close.
I think it's fair to say that Matt thought that was quite adjacent.
Yeah.
That's a wide.
No. Hit him.
What did it?
Yeah. Hit some part of him.
That's all right. That's the thing that saved it then, because it's not a good line. That's not a good line generally.
No. It's interesting that the umpire's moving, the leg side umpire's moving to the other side. Why is that then? Any ideas there?
Probably the sun's in his eyes.
Aha.
If you look at the shadow.
I never really know, why does the leg side, well obviously it's the leg side umpire, why do they, it's surely you can see a bit more from the offside.
Depends whether it fits. Sometimes you'll see them going from square leg to square cover if there's a short leg in that's very square and they can't see the line. Sometimes, notice in test matches now, they don't actually stand dead on the line, they actually stand behind the line by a couple of yards.
Oh,
That's got to be
might
out.
be cool. Yes.
That's a crucial wicket. Well bowled, Matt Warner. Absolutely crucial wicket.
Safe
Eric
exit,
takes the
Eric.
catch. Interesting shot, because they don't need to be taking risks like that. It just shows that there's a little bit of pressure out there.
They did, when they turned up this morning, George asked a couple of their players, you know,
Yeah.
what happened last week, and they said they just tried to win it in 35 overs, and they didn't need to win it in 35 overs. So hopefully they're getting a bit of that this week. Yeah.
There's Johnny
So it's
Cater coming in there.
Biased commentary there, but
Looks like Johnny Cater. Yes.
you must
So
have
it's
seen
Johnny Cater coming in, and he is a very experienced cricketer. This is the wicket they will really, really want. They get Johnny Cater out, then I'd say we do stand a chance.
I guess you've seen him back quite a few times.
Many times he's a very good player, a very good cricketer. But
Any-
they'll be in his Freddie and Prav will be in his ear, I can assure you.
Any weaknesses, really?
No, he will bat if he can until the end. Now, that was what he'll do, and he knows that if you stay here, if he stays in, he will win the game.
batsman would have crossed.
No, but this is the new rule. The new rule this year is that the incoming batsman always faces first, even if the batsman crossed.
Oh, do they?
Did you not know that?
No, I did not.
There you are. You see, thank goodness you've got me. So
No,
that
I thought
that
they would
mean
have crossed. You know, it was in
that
the air
mean
for a
was so
long
they
time.
did cross, and but this is what happens now. The idea being that the bowler gets a crack at the new batsman, whatever.
I do think it makes complete sense. You know, if you were to, if it was in the air for a long time,
Yes.
and you completed a run, would that run count?
No. If you're run out running a second, the first run runs counts, but not if you're out. If you're out, you're out.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how many times you cross. Good question though, Matt. Keep them coming.
You'll be have to be in the air for an awfully long time.
Haven't heard anything from Simon Davey for a while. Forrest started to capitulate.
I can have a quick look. 2-0 Forest.
Oh,
sorry, maybe somebody might be wanting to know that.
Oh, sorry about the spoilers.
But actually, it won't be on Match of the Day later, so you can't really watch it later unless you've recorded it.
It'll be on Sky.
Yes, it'll be on Sky later. It's on Sky now.
It's on Sky now, so you'll be able to do it on catch up or on get highlights or watch the whole thing live tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.
Come on, Tommy. No, I think going to be run out. Sharp running. It's interesting because it's actually been, it's a 3 o'clock kickoff, the game is, and it's actually being broadcast live, and you normally can't broadcast 3 o'clock kickoffs on a Saturday live.
That's only Premier League.
No, it's all leagues actually.
I think you can cup matches though. This counts technically as a cup match.
Well, there's no other games on,
Yeah,
so there's no reason why they can't broadcast it.
You can always get the Afghanistan commentary one. Richard Dunk passing with his very young, gorgeous daughter. Hello, Richard. Hello, young, gorgeous daughter. Oh no, I made her cry already. I haven't even said anything yet. Anybody can see? Great Brickhill. It's on a knife edge. Sorry. We're at the moment, yeah, but there's a long way to go. Another couple of wickets. Yeah.
They got promoted the season after us.
Yeah, they have. They're a good side.
Yeah. But historically, they've gone from. I don't know. Just what's in my head, that's all. Just how wrong you can be.
Dug that out well.
Yes, that was bang on the money. Bang on the money.
So another bit of cricket question for you. A spectator around the pitch bends down, picks the ball up before it goes over the rope for 4 runs, and throws it back into the fielder.
Yeah, that's 5.
Is it 5? Is it?
I believe so. I think it's anything that obstructs the ball that's not part of the. For absolutely, I don't know.
Loza 7. I guess that's Loz. It can't be. It can't be the Loz out there playing.
Yes. No, well, welcome, Loza. Obviously, you're supporting Great Brickhill.
Yes. Yeah,
Roaming reporter has returned to the comms, having waited till the end of the over before walking behind the bowler's arm. My brother-in-law has returned from his lap of the boundary. Freddie, drop a catch. Freddie, drop a catch. I didn't. I was obscured. Did what was it?
I think he was a bit too deep in the gully. And he just got his hands underneath it, but I think it hit his hands, as his hands hit the floor, so to speak, and it bounced out.
Fielding.
The fielding has definitely sharpened up over in the last 5 or 6 overs.
Very good roaming.
we've got Paul Fowler here. Yeah, that was very good roaming. Unfortunately, I can't actually hear what you say
No, we
when
can't
I
hear.
replay it.
We're just assuming that it's brilliant.
Yeah, so I just
You're
play it.
joking. I can hear it on the playback.
Yeah, you can hear it on the playback, but I can't hear it live because I don't have a monitor.
Don't worry, I won't be. I won't swear. And I was with Alex Wildman, and he never swears. He's very
That's good.
well educated.
He's a very proper young man, Alex Wildman.
Yes. Looks like a long, sweaty day keeping. So, summary, what have I missed in the Brickhill innings?
We've given them too many 4 balls, I would say. But when we haven't been giving them 4 balls, we've actually been keeping it pretty tight. And it's in the balance. If we keep restricting them to the runs they are currently scoring, then this is going to be quite tight. We could do it. We desperately need to get Johnny Cater out because he is a finisher.
Yeah, there's some decent scores I can see on the scorecard from the top 3.
Yeah, they've
Nil point for any of the batsmen.
oh, well done, slipping the nul point.
I should have said this is the Coakthorpe jury.
At some point, Tom Cosford is going to have to bowl, or George or Maz or Maggot might bowl.
I just don't. Yeah, you're better off bowling Tom, I think.
Well,
We'll might just suit these batsmen Will's pace. Unless he gets, a bit of off cutters and.
tell you what,
Yeah, the threes looked in reasonable control when I left.
more than we said for the 2s.
Potters?
Potters? You can go talk to Mrs. Bear over there about her retirement.
So Tom Costley into his 7th over. Good fielding. Very sharp. Steady stream of cars now coming in the car park.
They've obviously heard that the late night showing of the Eurovision Song Contest is going to be a sellout.
Yes.
Come on, TC.
Well, I think Brickhill needs someone to bring a boom bang a bang innings.
Well,
They
Well,
bat,
they're
if they
con-
bat the innings.
they're
then
consolidating at the moment,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yes.
they only need to go 2 or 3 and over here. The required rate's only 3 and a bit. So
Sorry, just me desperate to get points.
All I can say is that of your terrible attempts to infiltrate, I think the jury's out.
Very good. Very good. Which I obviously missed most of Downs' batting. Pass score or
no,
21,
not where
30
they
No.
were.
runs short?
No, 30, 40 runs short. After our start, we didn't really.
Mm.
They were still predicting 250 with 5 overs to go, and I was going, well, I want some of
No,
what he's
no.
eating.
Yeah, but then we were bowled out. That was the problem. We kept losing wickets.
Watch it, Shabir. Shabir, no. He's just bowling.
Don't annoy Tom, for Christ's sake.
Should be almost doing a fouler.
Well, there've been 1 or 2 going past the bowler's arms. I can only assume that great big sign with the green writing on saying "Do not go behind the
Well, you want
bowler's
red
arm"
writing.
isn't big enough, or is it too high for some people? Could that be it?
In the minefield or something.
If we had it lower, then
There's only one ball to come in this over, and then everybody can move. Come on, TC. It's a maiden. Well bowled, TC.
Ooh, sell. Right. Time for a wicket. Be interested to know that Duckworth Lewis, if it does suddenly start pouring with rain, is on 88.
Radar doesn't predict that.
Oh, well, that's unlucky. Just off camera there, Tom
A bit
Cosford
of
got down very
immense
well.
athleticism by Tom Cosford at short mid wicket, which also means that Paddy Daniel doesn't have to roll that strip when we play on it later on.
That's so harsh there.
He will watch that back.
What happened there?
Matt is swinging it quite a lot, actually.
Another player without his name on the back of his shirt.
A man with who has no name.
Oh.
Pressure is beginning to mount, without a doubt.
Yeah, the last 5 overs, just 5 runs from it.
Yep.
Well, that's a kiss of death.
That is the sort of thing that raises pressure.
Run rate though is still manageable.
Yeah, it's only 4. It has gone now to 4 and over, dead on 4 and over, but definitely manageable with that number of wickets in hand. And they get a run here, at least
Got to stop.
one. They're going to try 2. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Bowler's end.
Well backed up.
Wrong end.
Is that Loz backing up there? Well backed up, Loz. Well backed up, Loz. Done his knee. You have to keep the pressure on and force them into making an error like the 2 errors they've made at the last 2 wickets. But if you let them get 1 good over, then that takes the pressure off for quite a long time.
Snaky. Oh, no. Freddie comes round. Just a single. Still 5 off the over.
Seven for 3 off 24. $102 to win of 26 overs.
Tom Costley into his 8th over.
And Cockles.
Through the field. Should be 2.
Wonderful arm from Warner. This is where Johnny Cater starts to accumulate runs. and actually
Stay
go.
there, stay there. Sorry, stay there. The bowler's just about to bowl. If you wait
Yeah,
till,
you can't
until
go
after the
behind.
bowler bowls, thank you. You can go now. You can go now.
Stop from Freddie Smith. Second slip. See, to me, I think it's because we have the comms so close to that sight screen. People don't see this, or they don't understand they're not allowed to go behind it.
Clipped off his leg.
You nearly walked behind the bowler's arm then.
Yeah, you're right.
Again, I think it's. I've been finding that it's generally the people that are shorter that do it because that sign's too high. You think that could be it?
So we're on a Nelson now. We're on a Nelson.
Right,
Your
this
prediction.
is it. This is it. Nelson's going to strike. Come on, Nelson. Oh, he nearly did.
Still on a Nelson though.
Ooh, that's a very, very long single there. Brilliant work from the white helmeted Frankie.
The end of that Tom Crossley over. 4 from it. Just have a look what the. I think Sheffield United are just about to score.
How do you know?
There's a little flashing dot saying big chance, which normally results in a goal. It is 1-2.
Ah. Could be a crucial goal in the overall.
We've got Mark just coming round. How you doing, Mark? Come and have a seat. Say hello to Bear. Bear's on the thumbs at the moment.
Hi, welcome to the comments box. Well batted, and perhaps you'd like to talk us through your catch more than anything.
My catch. Well,
so Tom Cosford eases his way forward. He eases his way forward, and you're at first slip, and then talks to the rest of it.
In all honesty, I can't because I'm not 100% sure how it happened myself. Nah, to be honest, with the slip catches, we do a lot before the game with the slip cradle.
Yeah.
Comes off so quickly. It's just
instinct. Yeah, and I played a slip in my life, and it's when you've caught the catch, you have no idea why you've caught it afterwards or how you caught it. It just happened.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and it was that today. I just I couldn't tell you. I mean, I think it's one of those ones where you feel in slips, so you know. Sometimes when you have too long to think about it, it's actually
that can be worse, can't it?
Yeah, definitely. So when those ones that come in and you haven't got time to think about it, you just react and you just do what you've practiced.
And it looks like we bowled a little bit too straight to you, certainly from this end, and with no one on the leg side, so you just got to work it
slightly. I mean, I could see. The thing is, I mean, again, you play cricket, so you know, as soon as a bowler knows that they can't bowl a certain way because of their field, they naturally overcompensate. Which he did a couple of times, and then when you do that, you have to then try to pull it back. And I was sort of hoping for that. I was looking for that straight away.
Looks like Prav was quite fired up bowling at you as well, because obviously they know you're a key wicket.
Yeah, he bowled really well, to be fair to him. I spoke to him afterwards, and I just said about it was a good ball. But to be fair, I think that he surprised us because he bowled really good length. He bowled sort of back of a length.
Yes.
And on this deck,
that's where you've got to bowl. Just short of a length is where the variable bounce, the two-pace pitch comes out, doesn't it?
Exactly, and it moved about quite a bit. So,
but having said that, your spinners turned the game round but they didn't get all the wickets. That was the bizarre thing. They turned the game round, but then the seamers came back on to finish off.
That's
really.
it. And you know, this is one of those wickets where I think that it's easy to get sort of suckered into almost chasing wickets.
Yes.
And I think that's what we did in terms of we chased the wickets quite early on. We bowled 2 full.
Yeah.
So many balls were driven through the covers. And then we sort of got together. We sort of regrouped and we just said, well, hang on a minute. What we need to do is go sort of keep it tight. So we got the spinners on. We sort of ringed the field a little bit. And we just kept it tight. And then what happens is when there's a bit of pressure builds, seamless comeback, as
But
you
it's
said.
definitely just short of a length pitch, and you've got to hit the pitch hard in short spells of 2 or 3 overs, or 3 or 4 overs. Hit the pitch hard, just short of length, and then let the pitch to the rest.
Yeah, definitely. It's we and to be fair, we figured it out a little bit too late. Hopefully, it won't.
It's going to be. It's going to be. I mean, with John. I mean, the key wicket now is Johnny, because John is such an experienced batsman in this scenario, and he's been around. I think that'll be the wicket that we're really key to look at, because he'll know that he just bats. If he bats the next 25 overs, you win the game.
But that's exactly it. And I think that it's a bit funny. We were just talking a minute ago about how that we need 88 runs to win with 25 overs. Now, if this was a 2020 game or something, that would be easily done.
Yeah.
But when you add in, the fact that we're 3 down, the fact that, like you said, if Johnny gets out, then not only does a new batsman come to the crease, it's someone who's not going to be as experienced as him.
So the pressure just starts to mount.
Exactly.
If you start to get the run rate starts to go up a little bit, doesn't it?
Exactly. That's exactly it. So I think.
But I would say you should be. We got 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
You're in pole position to win this game. It's really yours to lose, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say that the next 10 overs are sort of probably going to decide the game. I think if we go the next 10 overs, I don't think run rate is necessarily important at this point. I think if we go next 10 overs without losing any wickets, maximum of 1 wicket, then that sort of sets us up for the last. Because it's like in the last 10 overs, you can score. With wickets in hand, you can score it. 10, 12,
especially this outfield's fast and the pitch is huge.
Exactly.
This will be interesting to see what Tom Cosford does. He's effectively our only spinner, so we'll see what he does on this. I mean, he'll certainly turn it, but it's a question of whether you guys just milk him for the 4 or 5 and over.
Hopefully, that's what the conversation's been in the middle. Is that look, we've got, like you said, 25 overs to bat. That's a lot of overs, a lot of balls, and we haven't got to do anything crazy here. We haven't got to take any risks. As you said there, there's so much space on this field. We can go at 3, 4, 5 and over without even playing a shot. Really, hopefully that's what they do. But he has every right to bowl well and every right to take wickets as well. So
you've got to get off Nelson's first, though. That's the most important thing.
That's it, exactly. 1-on-1, get off Nelson. But
brilliant. Well,
well
done anyway, and a brilliant catch. Well done. Well played.
Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. Excellent.
Can I just say, just in case she's listening, I want to say hello to my daughter Eliza.
Oh yes, Eliza, I hope you're listening. We've got your dad here, and he wants to give you a message. If you are listening and you know how to use the message, you can send us the message on our thing. But anyway, your dad wants to talk to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hello to her, and I hope she's having a lovely day if she's watching. And I'll look forward to seeing her later.
And can you just stop having that party and with all your mates around and you found your secret wine cupboard? And so
that's it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well done.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you. Well then, Mark. Thank you. Are you doing all right? Yeah, nice to see you, man. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, not too bad. Well,
Big shout out to Mark there for coming on the comms.
I saw your 3 falls and 3 balls. I thought we're in for a treat today.
I'd hope you were. I hope you were.
Full toss there.
Yeah, a little bit too full.
And that's through. Will be just about cut off on the boundary rope by, I think that's
Fred, isn't it?
Fred, yes.
Good fielding.
When we saw that, obviously we went to back first. It wasn't figured. Yeah. We've got 4 up and that.
Yeah.
But from this position here, the same.
That's got to be close. No, down the leg side. Right height.
How's your dad these days?
Yeah,
is he still playing?
Oh, of course he is.
Is that over 60s or over 70s?
Over 70. Well, both. He plays over 60 and over 70.
70s.
It's actually his birthday tomorrow.
Is it?
But
give him a
yeah, no, of course I would.
And your mum as well.
Yeah, well, they so when I say he plays, she follows him around.
Does she?
Of course. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, some Saturdays, Sundays.
What was he? 70, 71?
Yeah, 71, I think.
So it looks like Harefield have already beaten Amersham.
Really?
I'm 79 now, so.
Yeah. So do you not do any umpiring anymore?
No,
I mean, I was still doing it okay, but I thought 78.
Prav's back on then.
Yeah, they've got to make something happen here. I think he's still got 5 left, has he, or is it 4?
No, there's 4 left. He bowled 6.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, this is crucial. He needs to fire up. He's got the extra incentive of bowling against his county captain to try and impress.
So Pravin needs something to happen.
Oh, hello. That's a good start. He's just tapped it straight back at him. Yes.
Oh,
that's a quick delivery.
Yeah, that is quick.
That is a quick delivery, and he was fishing there.
Yeah. I did hear a noise.
No.
Obviously it wasn't.
Does he play with any club stuff at all, or is it just the over age?
He plays over. Sure, he's like Chesley. Could be Chesley, because a few of the guys that he plays with, the Bucks guys, that's their club.
Yeah.
And he's become quite sort of friendly with them. And I think that
It's not far out of town, actually.
yeah, I think of it about from Milton Keynes, probably an hour, I think.
Yeah, that's a bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure how much he plays, but I know that's the club he has been, and it's because of that. And
This is a crucial 4 overs here from Prav, this will be, although
Yeah,
it's now
it really
3
is.
and a bit.
No, it really is. Yeah.
Definitely looks the most threatening of the Downs
The
bowlers.
Badger off on his tour again. Can we have a look at our
It's off the pad. No.
I think that might have just been going down the leg side.
Me too.
Possibly. Looks like it's just drifting down the leg side. I think so.
You can never judge when we're back here. That's why even when I'm looking at umpires, I never judge on their decisions. We haven't got access to approved road rules.
I suppose it helps. I mean, you guys ever use them when you're
Not at this level.
No, exactly, yeah. There's no zoom. That's a good shot.
That's a very good shot.
4 runs. I don't know why they're running. There's absolutely nobody out there.
Lovely shot from Johnny Cater.
I said that exact same thing. I said
That's
we may have
just Prav slightly overcompensating, but that's a sign of someone that can ride out 4 good deliveries and then hit 1 for 4 through the covers. Still, it was a good over from Prav. Robert, how are you? Nice to see you. Happy new season.
Okay, that's all right.
I've already said all there is bad to say about him, having played against him for many years, don't worry.
Tom Cosford on from the chapel end. Just 90 required now from Great Brickhill. Easy run there.
There really shouldn't be a single there. Running quite tidily, Tom, at the moment, to be fair.
Not quite as threatening as their spinners, though. Don't you think? It's just not.
Yes, it's like it's tight, tightish.
Brad from the car park end. That is sharp. Very sharp.
Turbo speed. Even though you're good, I suppose, you've got to relate it to everything else. At the end of the day,
Downs players trying to G everybody up. Guess the FA Cup's kicked off.
Yep.
It's no point, no point.
Is it?
Yeah.
Nothing happening, poor.
I wonder if they've been making their mind up about which players they're going to put out there.
And if they win, are they going to have a celebratory Bucks Fizz?
Do you remember that? Because I'll tell you why I remember. Yeah. I was sitting in the changing room. Yeah. He walks in and he had them through. Yeah. Wow, I missed out on that. So he was just that's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. And so now they're like, I said, I wonder if I can remember it back. I bet you remember. Yeah, but no, but I remember there's a picture.
Balls down leg side.
No, it's his first wicket, and it's McDonald. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they've definitely stabilised here.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, we were 1, 2, 3 for 3 at this point. So virtually exactly the same.
Extraordinary. That's sharp. That's very sharp. It's good. It's good to see Pratt bowling like this with a bit of anger in him.
Venom.
That's difficult for Frankie then.
Could have taken that in the chin quite easily.
Could have done.
Because I suppose that would have been his first sort of. Was it his first pass game? It wasn't really his first pass game. So it would have been the first time he.
What did the umpire signal then? He pointed to the scorers and said one. I'm guessing it's.
Short delivery.
Well, he's bowled 2 short deliveries in this.
Yeah, I don't know why. That one didn't get very high either.
No.
I was there. I was actually there. So he came to a net session. And I remember he had his long hair.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And I just I've never heard of it. Never seen him started bowling. And then we had a game. It was a game at Candy Ground.
Yeah.
And he got wickets.
Well, he played Warwickshire, and he got 6 wickets and 30-odd runs, I think it was.
Yeah, the game was.
Do you remember Hodgie with the?
Yes.
And he had 2 more games. I went to Campbell Park for the last of those trial games. Sue and I.
So what do you think then, Bear? What do you think?
Well,
they need to change something. It looks like Cosford's
they're just going to cruise to victory at this stage. Although, you know, 1 or 2 more wickets and a sort of 5 or 6 over spell with not many runs being scored will certainly increase the pressure.
Yeah, I don't know quite what you can do. You can't really. Could you bring Loz back on? Because obviously he is going to come back on at some stage. What has Tom Costley got? Tom Costley got 2 overs left.
Slightly quicker one that from Tom. It's good bowling.
Try an over from George. You've got to try
Well,
something different.
Well, Tom will be trying very hard to get his county captain out as well. Well fielded, Eric. They could have probably got 2 there.
It just doesn't look very threatening, does it? It's not.
Yeah, that's good. If you can bowl this for the rest of his spell and force them to make a rash decision.
Yeah, he's got hold of that. There we go, 4 runs.
I think more fruit is called format.
Yeah, the fruit.
That's going to be the
fruit
secret.
break.
The secret to our victory. We'll have grapes now.
Red grapes.
Red seedless. Ooh. Loz is coming back on.
Yeah, I think I just got to try something different. So, why not? I'd even have an over a George. You just got to try something different.
Just an adjustment, isn't
got a few guys who've got it. I mean, one of our guys said he was
Yeah. Yeah, you're good for most of the season, are you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few games that I can't play. Three of them, weddings, but apart from that, I play. I mean, last year I only won it about 10 games.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
So like completely, and your performances reflect it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm planning most of the season within.
Not a lot to say here, really.
Exact same thing in terms of as much as he
He's got something interesting on his phone there. Ooh. I think it was a bump ball anyway, wasn't it, Ben?
It was a bump ball. That was definitely not a catch. I was just looking at some of the football scores. Nothing much exciting happening.
No. Full dot balls. He's going to be lucky to sort that off. He has just 2 runs.
At the moment, they're just getting the lucky breaks on the edges and things. Rather disappointed in my grapes are all mushy.
Yeah, a lot of mushy grapes in there.
You don't want mushy grapes, do you?
No, you want firm grapes.
Yes. Yep.
Easy run there.
I mean, they got 1 or 2, they got spin runs.
That's quite a good over though. He was unlucky with the shots that he had.
Just cruising here though, they are really.
Yeah, they are. Nil-nil so far in the FA Cup final.
Umpire's going off for some reason. He's running over to the score.
Full-time Nottingham Forest 1-2-1.
Some discussion around overs or something. I don't know.
Dorking Wanderers beat Oxford City 3-0.
Oh, that's in the playoffs.
Is that a bad thing?
Yes. I didn't know. I think that's a final, that might be. So Oxford City won't be in the conference, the main conference. That's got to be in the conference itself.
Right. So, umpires are all back on. Cosman's ready to go.
Delayed half an hour, he says. The flight's been delayed half an hour, 20 minutes or something. Yeah. Take some notes. Well, 15 minutes you want to be going then. 20 latest. Yeah, keep going.
Definitely need a wicket.
Come on, boys, come on.
Easy to.
Nice running. Well done, guys.
Definite feeling that this is cruise control now for Great
It does
Brickhill.
seem that way, yeah. Cruising.
So that's 3 that have gone in exactly the same place. We need to change the field. So I think you're right, Matt. Your incisive view that he's not penetrating enough is quite right. They can't just let him milk 4 or 5 hundred over.
What other options they got? They're having a quick chat now, George and Tom, about what they're going to do.
Tom's got 2 overs left.
He has.
Prav's got 2 overs left. My personal view is they should come on now and try and get the wicket. That's the only thing that is going to stop us from losing this game. Celtic 6, Motherwell 0.
Scottish football though.
Doesn't that count?
Not really, it's not really football, is it?
I'll find you some cricket scores from around the counties.
Have a look in the home
Joe Root's got 100. Gloucestershire are getting absolutely annihilated by Somerset, with an old Oxford Downs boy playing for Gloucestershire, Miles Hammond.
It's an interesting game at Walgrave. Horsebar set 153 and Walgrave 134 for 8. But there's plenty of overs to go.
How many ones did Chesham get at the end?
273.
Is that all?
Doesn't seem a big total considering they didn't lose a wicket.
Thank goodness the last of the summer wines come here to add some decorum to the whole proceedings. Nice of you to bring your children along as well. Watch out, don't go behind the bowler's arm just yet. Alright, you can go now. You have to go quickly. No, go, keep on going through. Yeah. That was pretty tight over from Loz, that.
Yeah, just one from it. .71 required with 7 wickets in hand. That's going to be a wide.
Yep, that's not good.
Full toss. Got away with it though. That's going to be a wide.
Oh dear.
Tom won't be happy with that. It's very poor bowling. That's better.
No, don't you worry about us. We're always honoured to have you in the comms box.
ball to come. 8 ball over because it's 2 wides, but apart from that, the equal balls are been pretty good. There you go. So 2 runs from the over.
There you are. I've just had an invitation from the Lord Lieutenant, Mrs. Marjorie Neesham, and Sir Tony Baldy if I joined them for a drinks reception on Monday the 23rd of May. What have I done to deserve that? I'm about to get court-martialed, beheaded or knighted. Which do you think?
Can they knight? I
No,
don't think they can knight.
It's definitely not a
I think
knighting.
only the Queen can knight.
I don't think they can behead either. I think that's against the law now. So neither of those 2 options.
So it must leave the 3rd option, which I can't remember what that was.
Well, I can't remember either.
Present you with a token of their appreciation.
Drinks reception. Wow. Oh dear. I was just thinking to myself, it seems ages since there was a wicket.
It has been a while. Last wicket. 4 wickets. It's on 100 runs, so they put on 41 these 2.
Great fielding on the boundary there by Maz. It's very quiet out there at the moment. We need some inspiration. I think we need a burst from the captain.
It's all a bit too easy. Might be cut off just about. It has been. Still going to run 2.
Well backed up by the captain. He gets a little bit of a gives a little bit of a stare. I'm not sure whether he's giving a stare to fielder on the boundary or to the white helmeted Frankie or just generally to life in general. Well, that didn't get anywhere near where he thought it was going to go.
It's going to be 4 runs out. Yeah, that was completely not timed, but still went for 4. That's cricket.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because that's not where he wanted it to go. But you know, you have to take those sort of the rub of the green has definitely gone with them over the last hour or so. Super take by Frankie.
I eat Chris or you eat grapes.
That's why I'm extremely skinny and you're a great big fat bloater. The worrying news for all concerned is that George is warming up at mid-wicket. Could George do it? Could George, the mystery bowler, even a mystery to himself, do it? There's a red kite flying over the pavilion. Do you see the red kite? Either that or it's a vulture. It's great fielding out there. Nothing wrong with being on the radio.
Mr. Elwood Senior, to the right of us.
Sorry?
Mr. Elwood Senior.
Yes. Eric took a catch.
Catch, but no runs.
Well, yes, but
Ethan's going phases. Ready to get some runs?
20 odd.
They're cheering up their listeners, yeah?
Yes, well, we're trying
We're
trying to cheer them up. We're running.
Trying to watch the second half of the cup final.
And then the Eurovision Song Contest,
Yeah,
obviously. Well, I don't know, they're 15 overs, they lose a couple of quick wickets and they start to panic a bit. Anything can happen in cricket, we all know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. Matt's gone for a mushy grape. So, 14 overs to go. Runs required 58. That's a run rate of 4.2 per over. They bring on Will.
Is Will going to bowl?
Yep.
I'll try it.
But I think you need to, before it gets too tight, we need to bring back on our strike bowlers to try and get one or both of these batsmen out. Couple of wickets and it'll all change, Eric. I know. I think Tom and Prav just ought to try and blast them out, give it a last hurrah. That's not what the captain asked for. That'll make him more grumpy.
That's a better ball.
It was certainly a straighter ball.
Looks like 4 runs.
4 runs caressed through the offside by Johnny Cater. Doing the job efficiently. Ooh. Interesting.
A little bit of extra bounce there.
Yep.
So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, I might as well do my plug now.
Yes.
Subscribe. I still am trying to get to that elusive 1,000 subscribers. I'm a long way off. We are.
Where are we?
269.
So should we set 500 as our first target
Yeah,
then?
I think 500 might well. 300. The
first 100 or 200 was pretty easy, but we've crept up here and there. So if you haven't subscribed already, please.
How many do we have online at the moment?
We 27. So if there's anybody from Great Brickhill, please just hit the subscribe button. You don't need to follow us other than the Great Brickhill games that we'll broadcast.
And if you want to make a comment, then or say something interesting, or ask us a question about what's going on, just use the chat line. Mo Salah is injured and is out of the FA Cup final.
We have gained 2 subscribers since I started this broadcast. We're at 269, we're at now 271. Thank you, those 2 new people.
Do you know who they are?
If they have a channel of their own, then yes, I can see, but if they don't have a channel, then no. So I can actually see that somewhere in here. Let's see whether there's anybody who has a channel.
Excellent piece of fielding by Freddie Smith on the boundary.
No. But it's fine. An anonymous subscription is fine.
Yeah, let's see who's online at the moment. Please send us a message.
Who's 118 for 4 off 22, chasing about 3,000.
Now, Simon, I've told you billions of times, don't exaggerate. You're going to tell us that Nottingham Forest won comfortably next.
An edgy 2-1, I think.
Yes.
Could do without leaking that.
It's all geared up for the second leg. Or was that the final?
No, that's the first leg, that was.
First leg.
Yeah, it just seems regulation now. Just playing the game out.
Yep. So if Nottingham Forest get into the Premiership, or if Luton get to the Premiership for that matter, are their grounds good enough to be in the Premiership? Will they not have to completely redo them?
Well, they've got to be all-seaters, I think. Although you can have safe standing areas.
Simon's saying see you at the Emirates. Does that mean we're going to be renting it out to Nottingham Forest to play their home games there or something?
I would imagine they're fine. I don't think there's a minimum. Is there a minimum capacity that you have to offer?
I've no idea.
I don't know.
Comfortable piece of fielding by the veteran Eric, as he's in this team. It's 50.
50 for somebody.
Yep.
50 for Wood. Well batted Daniel Wood.
He's batted so well, I think he deserves a name on the back of his shirt.
He does, yeah. If you're the Great Brickhill sponsor, get my name.
Charles. We've been joined by Charles Potter, another legend of Oxford Downs.
He's not going to be caught there. Single though. There were cries of catch it. Was in the air for. But absolutely no fielder until the boundary.
Well bowled. That's twice he's gone past Johnny Cater's outside edge. Trouble is, if he edges it, it's quite likely to go for 4.
Three from that over. 47 required now. Some drinks going out. Unofficial drinks break. Does the umpire take that time off? Because obviously the fielding side will be penalised for slow over rate.
I don't know.
You've got to think they've got to take it into account. This is an unofficial drinks break. I don't blame them for having that drinks break at all.
I know, but I mean, there's no reason why the fielding side shouldn't have a drink as well. I have no idea what the rules are around drinks breaks. I just think that penalising people for slow over rates is just leads to disasters, as we found out from that cup final we played in once.
Yeah.
Right. This is we're getting to the last throw of the dice time. Captain Courageous is bringing himself back on.
From the other end, from the chapel end. How many has he got left? Just
Doing
2.
squat thrust and press up. Stop, Frankie. Well backed up, Tom Cosford.
Yeah, still trying to find the non-mushy grapes. That's through the
That's
gap.
4.
4 runs.
It's a lovely shot from Johnny Cater.
Healthy attendance here, which is good to see.
They'd like to be basking in the sunshine watching a great Oxford Downs victory, but I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Unless something drastic happens.
Hat-trick. I just can't see it though. They look too comfortable. Oh, that's a great stop.
Amazing piece of fielding by Will Watts. Absolutely extraordinary. What was that, Maz? That is Will, isn't it? Yeah.
Either Maz or Will. There you go. You're making the same mistake as me last week. I have no idea.
It's Will.
It's Will, it was.
It was.
Or did you just say that?
I said that.
Yeah.
Overs, 40 to win. And that means how many per over, Matt?
Ooh, I'll have to think about that.
So that's 4.2 there. What's going on there?
That's the current run rate.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
Current run rate's 4.2. Required run rate, as in REQ. What do you think about? You might as well bring the field right in.
No, not yet. You don't want to concede boundaries. You want to protect as many boundaries as you can. We're not at the stage of them wanting one to win or anything like that. They still need 40 runs. A lot can happen in 40 runs.
60 balls though.
59 now.
58 actually.
Yeah, quite.
We're giving it this countdown, are we?
Right, let's just switch off.
Is it really Sudafed in that little thing, is it?
It is. I hope so. Well, I don't know.
Another dot. You do get the sense though that if they really wanted to score some runs, they just would. And that's not quite full. Will be cut off. Just a single.
Excellent fielding on the boundary by Luke Maslin. The fielding has definitely improved a lot in the last 20 overs or so.
That's through. And that will be 4. No, didn't quite reach the rope. They run 3. So the required runs off the over. They got 4.
Yeah. This is Tom's last over.
Paddle that into the wickets road for 4 runs. Crossley trying to short ball there. He picked that up perfectly.
Yeah, sadly.
And that will be another 4, I think.
Yeah, I'm afraid he's moving into top gear now.
I can hear her singing.
Yeah, I told you he's a real finisher, is Johnny.
On the good news front, I can see Nick Owens coming over, and I think we're going to crank the barbecue up.
Well, that's not bad. That's good news.
Burger and sausage, if you fancy one. I've eaten like a king today. I managed to sneak in a bit of chicken pasta from the tea. It was very tasty.
Nearly cut that onto his own stumps then. In front of the keeper. So yeah, 10 off this Tom Costley over so far. Last ball of Tom Costley's spell. And that's it from the captain.
One for 36 for Tom. Well bowled. Good bowling. Well, I guess he's going to have to bring Prav back on to replace him. Try and blast the wickets out.
Cairns has got some onions.
Not,
he looks like a Frenchman.
it's not gone to plan, this. Sadly. He knows his onions.
We're meant to be sticking to Eurovision Song Contest
Yes.
puns.
Well, I'm pretty certain that Great Brickhill will be cracking open the Bucks Fizz very shortly.
Do you think they'll be making their mind up?
I don't know, but if we don't get a wicket in the next 2 overs, it'll be our Waterloo.
Will's bowling like a puppet on a string.
Well, I hope
I
it.
thought we had a chance when we were on Nelson, and it was the first over after drinks.
Yes, yeah. I think it goes always all the way back to the toss, and when Tom was making his mind up, it just didn't seem to go.
Won't quite make the rope, I don't think. No. Matt Warner picks it up.
Did these guys? Where were these guys last year? Did they come down with us?
No, they were about the same sort of place that we were, I think.
Yeah, we had one game against them. The home game here was rained off. They did play about 10 overs of it, but it was rained off. And then the away game, Loz hit a 6 with the last ball to win the game. No ball. Did you get away with that?
Yeah, I think it just dipped below waist height.
Something we're becoming very good at.
What, no balls?
No, sixes.
Oh, 6s with the last, yeah, that was it.
It's
Yeah.
our special
Were you
subject.
here on Sunday, last Sunday, were
I
you?
was watching at home.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we were leaping around.
23 off 7. A hat trick would be useful.
Yeah.
So Prav is going to steam in like a man possessed
6 wickets in
and
an over.
blast through them.
Middle stump. Not much of one. There's a little bit of a slope from the chapel end down to this end, because I only really know that because it's not obvious with the eye, is because the water tends to congregate this end of the wicket.
I'm going to go and torture my son by drinking a pint right next to him.
Yeah, well, Freddie's having a lot of fun. He's having to field next to his mother and his uncle on the boundary, which I'm sure is going down very well. Yeah, cheers, Paul.
He looks a bit tired now, yeah.
I think everyone's the batsman as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like, let's just get this over with now. Just 20 runs to go.
He can go easily back.
That's just a little bit too short there from Prav.
A little bit too short, but
And if the weather forecast has changed for tomorrow, keep trying. No, it's going to be rain. That's a shame. Do without rain tomorrow. My daughter's playing at Cholbury.
Charbury, what? Tomorrow?
Yeah. But I'm on the bar tomorrow.
Are you?
Just going through the motions here, really.
Afraid so. Catch that. Catch that, somebody.
I don't think they're going to... Oh, no. I think that was Luke, was it? Yeah. He travelled a long way in, he did.
Well, the good news is his dad's right on the boundary to talk him through it.
He did get to it. I thought when he got to it, he stood a good chance, but he did spill it.
Hi there.
To move a long way, to be fair. I don't know how many metres he covered there, at least 20 metres, I guess. Oh no, it's Matt Warner now.
Yeah, well, last throw of the dice.
I think that dice has been thrown down the board a long time ago.
I think it has.
So Wargrave have beaten Horsepath. Geez, that's pretty squeaky bum time towards the end, I think, for Wargrave. They got there in the end.
It's the FA Cup final after 15 minutes, it's still 0-0.
I have a feeling Cumnor are going to beat Tring. Chesham are going to beat Tame. And Great Brickhill are going to beat us. So, not quite how that leaves the table. Which one of those teams has won 2 games? Because I know.
Interesting appeal from George at cover for a caught behind, and it was given as a wide, yeah.
There's a bit of encouragement in the field now. Nice to hear.
Well, that's a...
There was a wicket there.
Interesting.
I didn't see that. I was clicking around trying to look at the...
Slashed it just short of length. Interesting. Very interesting why he played that shot.
Yeah, so both Harefield and Walgrave have both won both their opening games, so they're sit top of the pile at the moment. So I guess it is crucial the number of wickets we take with batting.
It's all right, you can go behind.
Bowling points.
You've got enough dogs.
No, you can never have enough. Children, yes, dogs, no.
Extraordinary. 5 dogs. So, Paul, it looks like a very successful trip to the boundary to inspire your son to come charging in for that catch. Is there anything you'd like to say? Did you? it was destined to be. Destined to be.
It's typical of this game. You go and do up the sun and you're standing there and he gets the chance and then trudges back and says that was your bloody fault.
Well, of course it was.
And then stood there and put it down. Who would he have been? At least they got one fairly soon afterwards.
Yes.
It is important, actually, the number of wickets you take, because you do get bowling points, don't you? So
Yeah.
don't know how many it is per. So I think we've kind of conceded the game here.
I don't know. Johnny Cater gets out now,
Yeah.
and then we take another 5 quick wickets. Anything can happen.
I think you're better off trying to restrict the number of runs. I've technically only got 5 overs left to score 20 runs, but
It's not going to please Tom either. The ball's just been lobbed back to him straight up into the sun. I think the definition of Mr. Grumpy will be Tom Cosford at the end of this game. Costley, sorry. You shouldn't have too many people with such similar names in the team. It's very complicated. Just edged it.
Maybe have a word with the board about sorting out names by default.
Yes. That was a good over.
yeah, 2 from it.
5 runs, 5 overs, 19 to win. Prav could fire out a couple now. Frankie protecting his white helmet with his life. Because after all, it is the only white helmet in existence.
The only one in the league.
The only one in the world. I remember Mike Brearley used to have a white helmet with a great big visor that went across the front, so that actually there's room for about 4 Mike Brearleys in between the end of his visor and him. Yes, the great big perspex front. Yeah. This is Prav's last over. He's bowling round the wicket. And that's gone for 4.
Short ball again. Almost as if he knew it was going to be a short ball.
I'm not quite sure why Prav's bowling round the wicket. Because if he's gonna, oh well, that answers the question. He's going back over after 1 ball. It's safe to say that experiment, whatever the experiment was, didn't work.
shot. Same result. 4 runs.
Prav decided he has got very pressing engagement this evening and needs to be at it in the next half an hour. All I can say is I've got an engagement with a bottle of wine in the Eurovision Song Contest. Doesn't get much better than that.
It's a 2-horse race.
Yep.
I've got a feel in the right place, I suppose.
Just 10 runs required now.
Sorry, you can come. It's fine.
That's going to be wide.
It's a good feed for me, you know. I'm watching it on my phone, aren't I?
Oh, good, good.
Were we making sense?
Yeah, yeah. Well, the pictures were okay.
The utter twaddle that we've been speaking all day. Well, Prav tried his guts out, no doubt about it. Yeah, yeah. Very quiet. The crowd is. I wouldn't say they're thinning, but they probably all decided that it's more exciting to watch the FA Cup final,
It's like my hair.
which is still
They're
0-0. Yes, and unlike my midriff, not thinning. So 62 minutes in, Chelsea 0, Liverpool 0.
That sounds boring. Just sounds boring.
Mo Salah. Oh, no, the 1979 FA Cup final when Arsenal won 3-2 with Alan Sunderland scoring at the far post was a very exciting FA Cup final from what I recall.
That's back when you could have replays.
Was there a game this week? I didn't know.
It was when you said to me on at Horsepark, you said if Arsenal have to play Tottenham to stay in we'll lose.
Yeah.
Those words might come back to haunt me.
Well, what I didn't want was to be less than 4 points ahead of them when we played them, because I knew that would be a disaster.
Yes! Paul shouting in my ear there.
Sorry.
Welcome back, Badge.
So is that 3 to the win?
I don't know. I think you need 6 now for the next batting point, bowling point. So you need 1 more wicket, ideally. Who was that? Who was out? It looked like Critchley.
Yeah, it wasn't Cater. Well, that's supposed to be a bear cam, but it's not working. Well, unless if it is working, then I've been unaware of it working all day.
No, I've got to update the. It was delayed for some reason. I've got to update the firmware in it.
So then we're going to have a bear cam.
Yeah, we need pictures of bear commentating.
I can show the watchers my mushy grapes that I got from Waitrose, which are very, very disappointing. Nothing worse than mushy grapes, unless they're about halfway to becoming a bottle of wine. Just another 30 runs would have made this so interesting,
It
wouldn't
would
it?
have done, yeah. Well, they would have batted differently, wouldn't they, though? You'd bat to what's required. But yeah, 250 would have given us a good chance. Which we should have got easily. You're going to signal wide then. Well, they calmed it down, but the Siemens actually did the damage, didn't they?
Well, I think the spinners definitely caused the problem.
The spinners caused the pressure.
So you could say we were unlucky that our overseas spinner hasn't arrived yet, and theirs has. He's stuck in South African export like a piece of luggage.
Yeah, the paper, even though we submitted it 10 weeks ago, 11 weeks ago, hasn't come through. It would normally come through in 6 weeks. It's just huge delays.
There's a very fine window of availability. There's no point in the professional cricketer coming over with 2 weeks of the season to go.
We are hopeful.
I don't know. You have to talk to Eric. Eric's in charge of the whole deal.
I think there's a good chance he'll be here next week, because he literally is bag packed. We'll get on the next flight. If you're watching at the moment, David, hi. Looking forward to you seeing. I'm guessing he is.
Who's that?
David.
David, please come. David, we need you.
Threes have won by nine wickets, I believe.
Wow.
So losses rolling, but come back on the far end, bowling round the wicket. We're now in the realms of very good game to win from here syndrome. Well,
If you could take it to the last over, that'd be a bit of a result.
That's your fault.
Yeah,
That's your fault, Dad. I was banned from being a mentor by my firm. Who's that there?
Prav.
He's rolled over more times than flipping Sonny, what's it, from Tottenham. And he rolls over a lot.
Having got one in the face from Cedric.
No, that's over exaggerated. He just brushed him with his shoulder. It wasn't Cedric, it was Holding.
So the threes have won. Jag and Bunny bringing it home.
Jag, well that's the early morning net that Jag had.
Yeah,
That was all important.
By 9 wickets.
He is the keenest man in the
Well done,
world.
the threes.
Well done, Jag. Well done, the threes.
Got a good team this year. So just one hit required now. that might be it. That's to tie it, actually. That's the tie. We have had a tie against these guys in the past.
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen today.
Run tie, which was
He wants one for his 50.
Cater wants, one for his 50. He's going to make sure he hogs the strike.
As I said, he is an excellent finisher.
That's very wise words. He's done, played. Because it was a little bit risky when he came in. They were 3 down, 100 runs. Quite easily go dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Well, what happened to us? And there it is. Nope. Well done, Great Brickhill.
Yes, well played. It's a superb finish. Well batted, Johnny Cater. Johnny Cater, man of the match. 3 catches, 2 stumpings, 50 not out. He was the difference to the 2 sides, basically, wasn't he?
Excellent. And I don't know who we got next week. It's an away fixture, so we won't be online.
Where are we next week?
171 for 7 and heading the same way as Sheffield United. Well done, Simon. Yeah. Let's just see who we have got next week. Should know, but I don't. So we.
Rubbish.
Fixture view always defaults to Division 1 on the Home Counties website. So we are away to Harefield. That's going to be a tough game because Harefield, by all accounts, are very strong this season. So I won't be going there. I'll be here with the twos, but we won't be streaming.
I shall be there, probably. I guess. What date? That is the 21st.
Yeah. And who's the game after that? Let's just.
Anyway.
Let's have a quick look to see what.
Thank you all for listening to our twaddle all day.
Thanks.
Thank you for looking after me, Matt.
Just
thank you.
Double check what the game is after that by next home.
Thank you very much.
We've got 2 away on the trot.
Have we?
Yeah, we're away to Wargrave.
Ooh.
Okay. Thanks very much, everybody, for listening.
Yep.
Please subscribe if you can. Thanks very much to Great Brickhill for getting all the permission forms to allow us to stream. So there's a big shout out to Lee at Great Brickhill, and we'll see you in 3 weeks' time by the look of it.
3 weeks? That's forever.
I will get that fixture. Just give me a second. I'm on the right place here. We are home to Tame on the 4th of June. May the 4th be with you.
4th of June? That's ages away. Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Cheers.
Cheerio, everybody. Signing off.